to another stream. Tonight, we are continuing our adventure in SUZERAIN, trying to figure out how to run, well, a country that is quite frankly completely crumbling. It's a lot. It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of debt. It's a lot of political backstabbing. You know, it's got the little knife in my back. Sometimes I place the knife in my own back. But if you are watching, thank you very much for watching. Please consider a comment, like, subscribe, and switch over to the screen here while I finish setting up the stream. Do 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 do, ba-da-ma-na, do 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 do. Yes, that is exactly what I wanted to do. Where's my pop-out chat button? There it is. Hey, what up, Onion? And look at that. It just went to my screen. Here. Have a picture of a jar for a minute while I finish setting up the stream. Onion, I'm pretty proud of the thumbnail I have for this video over on YouTube. You should go tell me what you think, if you don't mind. Hey, what up, Buggy? No, the video is not made by AI. Story. Yeah, I guess I'll take all the Hearts of Iron tags out of here. Makes sense, right? I'm going to keep Goddard Damarung in there, just because I think it's funny. Okie dokie! I got my stream set up. I got all the tags set up. Here we go. Continuing the campaign of the Rizzler. Okay. I'm going to look at the news real quick to see what I did last time, because don't play this often. But, you know, I have enjoyed my time so far. Palace Presidential Secretary. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. We made her a spy. I don't know if she actually was, though. All the evidence pointed to her. Government budget, -4. The attack sparks a decisive step to strengthen Swordland's economy. Special zone has become a reality. Okay, we got rid of the special zone. Spy jailed. Okay, all right. We have no other events except for this one. Swordish League of Women donation. Most influential women's rights, the Swordish League of Women is organizing a massive fundraising campaign to raise awareness in Swordish society and has reached out to us to personally for private donations. Okay, I feel like my wife's going to be real mad at me. Fictional map? I think it is. I think my wife is going to be real mad at me if I don't donate to them. And, you know, it's not going to put me in debt, so. Stat decrease, personal wealth. My God. I'm still the president. I get a salary. City of Vessold with Peter after receiving an emergency meeting request with Joseph and Lilius. Reports of a recent issue that rose between the Swedish police force and the Gendarmerie units in the city. Reports have said an operation against a drug trafficking gang in Vessold failed due to a miscommunication. It was not hard to guess what this meeting was going to be about. This is unacceptable. How dare the police meddle in the affairs of Gendarmerie? It was your men who saw this ridiculousness and meddled with an ongoing police investigation. As my jurisdiction, your men were outside of Vessold. Fails to understand her place. I mean, you know, if his jurisdiction is rural security. That's enough. Calm down, both of you. Lilius, explain what happened. Tasked with the investigation of a drug Okay. Hearing in downtown Vessold, we found the evidence of a drug stash located in the outskirts of the city. We had to act quickly to put an end to the criminals. We sent our police units to catch them and find the drugs in the compound. Alright, well, this is her fault. First thing she should have done is communicated with, you know, whose jurisdiction that is. You don't go crapping in another man's yard, alright? That's what you do, okay? If it's outside city limits, you contact the sheriff. Did not notify Lancia and his gendarmerie. Did not notify us that they were also moving against the same target. Okay, well, this is just a fuck up from everybody's side. Meddled and caused the raid. Isn't there a line of communication between you? But the Minister of Defense decided to avoid notifying the police department about the planned raid. The same can be said about you, because reports show that you knew about the gang and their stash in the countryside. What I hear is that you're both incompetent. So that it never happens again. Matter should be handed to the Ministry of Interior completely. Called the Ministry of Interior for a reason. We can't let any more screw-ups like this happen again. I want to be transferred to the Ministry of Interior. I mean... Are the gendarmerie, like, are they, like, the equivalent of the FBI? What is this? Woman! You're out of your mind! Branches just try to improve their communication. Just saying. Told you the fix to the problem? The fix to the problem is you taking command? Well, but... No, like... This is like, there's local police in cities, then there's sheriffs. This is how it is in the United States. There's local police in the cities, and then outside city limits is the jurisdiction of what are called our county sheriffs. And they frequently communicate with each other, and sometimes there's a problem, sometimes there's not. Or most of the time, there's not a problem with them communicating with each other. A lot of times, they ask for assistance. I agree, it has been part of the Ministry of Defense for years. Do you have a better solution? If our operations overlap, we should engage at a lower rank with the local officials on both sides. You about your promise, Mr. President? Ah, shit, I don't remember all my promises. This isn't good. What promise? I don't remember any promises I made. Hey, thanks. Thanks, game. It's been a while. What do you mean? Nothing is going... Enlighten us. What is going on? What? Lilius bites her lips. Ooh, she... That the police has arrived at the right time of a month-long search on the exact day and minute of the Well, it happens, all right? What was it? A few years ago in Chicago, undercover cops and of like 2 different precincts are undercover cops and then undercover FBI. One posing as a drug buyer, the other posing as the drug seller. Came together to buy and sell drugs and tried arresting each other. It's pretty funny. This is conspiracy theory territory. Dealing with these situations, you need to always look at who gets what out of it. Ridiculous and baseless accusations. I don't have time for this. To be honest, this guy's being way more reasonable. Establish low-level communications between the regional gendarmerie departments and the local police forces. Her thing is, just give it all to me. Does it make sense? No, actually it doesn't, because going again with the United States' how the United States polices, there's 3 different police forces within a state. You have local police, which are administered by the city that they administer. You have the sheriffs, which administer the counties that cities and towns sit in. And then you have highway patrol, which manages kind of everything, although not really. Not really inside cities. Highway patrol manages interstates and rural highways. There's a lot of overlap there, but they're not all under one central kind of like decision-making court or whatever. I don't know. Is there a spy in our midst? Maybe. There might be a spy. I don't know if I got the right spy. We did arrest somebody that we suspected of being a spy. The evidence was very strong. Now on, work together and don't fight amongst each other. I want capable and effective members of a cabinet. That was an annoying problem. No other events. Briefing on the current healthcare situation. Mr. President. Hello, Mr. Benewall. Shouldn't take more than a day. Or maybe 2. Very well. Right. They contain very important information about the status of our healthcare. Salaries, expenditures, hospital reports, whatever you like. Let us begin. I know, right? Imagine being Jerome Powell. Oh, thank you. I didn't even click the summarize button, but he's going to summarize for me anyway. Thanks, man. Funds from the state. We have improved healthcare in the country overall. I have used the resources to begin a comprehensive health reform. We have more patients treated, less waiting times, and higher treatment quality than years before. Good. Under my presidency, I want Soldish people to have the best health service they can get. It's good to hear. Thank you for your hard work, Pascal. We are certainly on the right path to challenge even less beer in the matter, but we are not there yet. However, give it a few more years and we might surpass them. No, Pascal. We will surpass them. The investments we poured into our rural health facilities has paid off greatly. The quality of care increased due to the upgraded equipment. We were able to hire more healthcare staff. Make sure they know we were the ones who gave this to them. There's no need. They already know. All these efforts have resulted in a clear increase in quality of health services. Now they've given the short summary. This is a very important matter. Pulled out a tan-colored package. The package was stamped with big red letters that read confidential. Oh, that's not good. Each page had a stamp on it that read, for the president's eyes only. Polio outbreak? Well, that's not great. How bad is it, dog? We have put a few villages under quarantine. The total number of infected is currently 1,500 people. That's a lot of polio. Dude, we're gonna be a I made myself laugh with the joke before I even said it. Bring in RFK Jr. Dude, with an entire country of FDRs, we'll win every war imaginable. Even additional funding in our health care, curb the infection ratio, though I'm afraid that might not be enough. What can we do about it? A vaccine was recently invented in the United Cortana, and the formula was made available for free across the entire world. No matter what people think about United Cortana, if the same thing had happened in Arcasia, we would be paying a steep price for it. We have the capability to produce the vaccine locally. A nationwide mandatory polio vaccination policy. With your order, I can immediately get to work to ensure... This might seem excessive, however. It is absolutely necessary. Let's just do it. Dude, polio is scary, dog. I'm not fucking around with polio. Epidemic prevented. Currently active, overburdened welfare system. Oh, that's not great. Failed education reform? Yeah. Bring in the iron lungs. We're just gonna start dropping. We're just gonna start dropping them. From planes, like biological weapons. Not the virus, the people themselves. When they go splat on the ground, it'll be enough of a dispersion method. Who's the worst character in this game so far? can't... Well, it's been so long since I played, I can't remember. Although, that fucking Ministry of the Interior lady, from what I remember from my previous playthroughs, she seems like kind of a bitch. Assembly passed an amendment to the tax bill of 1944 in order to increase tax revenue and reduce the excessive amount of tobacco consumption in the general populace. Tax on all tobacco will be, I mean, 30% is a lot. I probably would have done incremental over a couple of years. +1 government budget? Boom. And with a stroke of my pen, -1 government budget. In order to improve healthcare in Swordland further, funds can be used to create a medical scholarship, build state-of-the-art medical, or give free eye tests or dental care. We'll give dental care. People gotta eat. Happens when someone gets into office with certain ideals, but the Congress bill says +1 government budget. Fair Trade Commission has opened in Wholesword today and began coordinating with central banks, national businesses, Ministry of the Economy to get an analysis of the competition issues and potential regulation legislation. There's in Swordland, blah, blah, blah. Must say, you seem to have quite the fondness for these dusty tomes. What are you reading? Books from the Presidential Library. This one in particular caught my eye. Sounded vulgish. Ugh. Gross. I don't remember who. Short to the FTC. I'm surprised they keep books from the Vulgish Revolution. I was told it was Tarkin Soul who collected most of them. Quite unexpected, but anyway. Peter's finally stopped drinking, or most likely stopped drinking. Home a lot more often, spends most nights in his study working on documents. It's good to know. He did promise me he'd work harder. Oh, Anton, both of you seem to be under a massive amount of stress. No shit, I'm the president of a failing country. Stress is my middle name. Just sounds marvelous. Mama, Papa, look what I found! It's a gun! This letter finds you in good spirits, surrounded by the warmth of your loved ones. Vales where the corrupt are exposed and the righteous triumph. So all of you to tread carefully. Okay, yo, why? Just got on your lunch break? Nice. What's for lunch? Wild that my daughter was reading this letter. I just read the first line. For it was Anton Rain who grew the darkness over this land and suffocated our people for what the president did. He and his family shall face retribution. Why does my daughter have this? Assassinate them? Okay. This letter is from some misguided individuals. We won't let them get their way. I don't know, sweetie. It's just a bunch of words that don't make sense. It must be a joke. Safety you have enjoyed so far is nothing but an illusion. Think twice before you step into our ancestral lands. Danger lurks around every corner. Oh, this is the Burgish. For they hold weight beyond your existence. Your decisions shape the destinies of millions, and their consequences reverberate throughout the nation. The Blutish Freedom Front. Alright, this should never have reached us in the first place. You're right. It should not have reached the president's fucking house. How did this reach the president's house without being screened at all? What's the... I don't know. Just put it in the mail slot. Who cares? I found it in the living room window. It was stuck between the frames. Console her. Sensed a new guardedness in her voice, took a deep breath, and tried to find the right words. Deanna, we've received a letter from some people called the BFF. They want to do bad things to us because they don't agree with what we stand for. Believe in the authority of our country. Country is supposed to protect all of us, right? Sometimes our country doesn't function the way it's supposed to, and when it does, it leads to problems with different groups of people. You're right, our country protects all of us, Deanna, but some people have evil in their hearts and want to reject that protection. I gotta do something, bro. It hasn't given me the nuke option yet. Dude, if the nuke option comes up, I will seriously consider it. Probably the same way V sent out all those masks without anyone noticing. Yeah. Don't worry. They're not bad people, just people with bad ideas. I will show them the right thing to do. Nah, I'm gonna keep my family safe. I know Ashraf anniversary will take place in a few days. You don't want me to attend? Cannot allow fear to dictate my actions. I cannot let the Blutish people down. You have to trust me. If I don't show support for the victims of Islam now, I fear things may turn out even uglier. The chat is like a cabinet meeting in Saddam Hussein's Iraq or Vietnam era America. Just casually talking about carpet bombing random shit. Dude, that's why, like, there's a game. Oh, I can't remember it. It's in my, I have it downloaded. It's in my Xbox library. I played it on stream once, where the Twitch audience can actually vote on, like, laws and measures. Whether or not they pass or fail. And obviously, my chat, the couple of people who participated, always voted for shit to fail. Power of the state. Misguided militants. Please, Monica, you have to understand me. This political mess can only be solved through democracy. Yeah, yeah. Frostpunk. It's called Frostpunk. See, in the country, they were never to be completely trusted. We must be careful. I have great reservations about them after this letter. Don't worry, I will try to get to the root of this. Weather this together, I will take the necessary measures. Did I really have the power to guarantee their safety? Probably not. What's this? Support Ashraf anniversary. Presidential Guard reported that the security measures surrounding President Rain have been significantly bolstered following the receipt of a threatening letter from notorious extremist group, the Bluish Freedom Front. A comprehensive review of the president's security arrangements has been conducted, leading to the implementation of enhanced protective measures. These include increased personnel deployment, heightened surveillance systems, and closer coordination with intelligence agencies to preempt any potential threats. I'm gonna get shot. Causing failure. It was you and Donut. Because I don't think... were you there, Onion? No Bloods. Only Crips. Should have had armored. Historic presidential holiday. A convoy could barely through the narrow streets, disrupting local traffic, creating noisy. But if we manage to win some hearts today, it will be worth it. I'm gonna get nicked in the air. I'm gonna get nicked in the ear by a bullet and come up from my Secret Service. Damn, I should have had armored. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Buggy. We are greeted by Monsum Leek. He wore a coat over his suit, which marked with red and turquoise stripes of Bluish Movement's flag. On to the sanctuary, then. Much smaller replica of the Ark Sanctuary in Dire, the ancient building had a mysterious aura emanating from the blackened walls. Everyone fell silent for the ceremony. Thousands of candles were burning inside the sanctuary, one for each person that died. Many others followed suit, including us. Grave on the way, hundreds of people joined us. Some from the crowd shouted at me. Arrive, he pointed at a huge standing torch above the grave. Light the torch together. And we're all looking at me, waiting to hear what I would say. Waving at the very back of the crowd. I'm rolling up to a random neighborhood after popping it. Should have grabbed the red one. That's a restart-worthy mistake. Oh, really? Is it that bad? So in the crowd with BFF flags, I thought security wouldn't allow such a thing. Why is there no third option for yes? Watani, Ashraf, and many others who have lost their lives. Standing before you today as the president, I am standing here as one of you. Our people will stand as one. We are sword, we are blood, we are all united under one flag. Like a red-hot iron, it takes a long time for it to cool, but I look at the lost lives and think, what would they want? Tell you one thing, I dream of a truly united swordland, a country where blood or a sword does not matter. You stay together in the front of adversity. Just most of all, I feel the desperation to remove this black mark from our history. Every one of you, to make this country a better place for everybody. But each other. Trying to kill our language. You'll like blood rat. Must leave now. Why was only our personal guard there? I feel like some police should have also been there. Is that I grabbed the red one and I made it out without a bullet in you? Okay, if I get shot, I'll do a restart. Hey, I made it out without getting shot. What was their reaction when you grabbed the red candle? Oh, they did? Nobody shouted at you? Nothing? I do want to see where my load point would be. $8:33 p.m. So that would be. Oh no, this one right here. 8:58. Oh, I can't go back now. White room with a cup of coffee. The vice president scheduled a meeting. Peter immediately stood up. Anton, good morning. Simon told me that he's almost done with the new economic plan. He said he still needs some time with it. Personally, I think he's just trying to avoid human contact for as long as possible. Simon can pull it off, I'm sure. He's never failed us before. I will be expecting good things. And even... Next time, it's time to... Yeah. Although, I trust his capabilities. Never ask him for dating advice. That's probably because he was on dating on the spectrum. He's real good with numbers. Terrible with women. This pot. And he's polite enough to my face, but... cordial and professional, even as he casts a withering stab in Peter's direction. From a voter poll commissioned earlier this year. To put it in plain language, it's okay, but not amazing. We shouldn't take it for granted that we'll win this election. Cool, 50-50 split. Gain more votes, but we've got to think strategically. And if there's one area Mr. Vector excels in, it is thinking strategically. Looking at the demographics of the voters polled, you've fallen out of favor with conservatives. Less than half of them are likely to vote for you. But you do have a considerable number of supporters. Quite a few nationalists appear on track to vote for me. If you ever had any support from socialists, you completely lost it now. Of course I have. None of the Blutish poll respondents said they were planning to vote for you. No shit. I could always start a war. I'm sorry, what? It worked for Sol. It's all the Blood's fault. Crips for life. Bring in Snoop Dogg. Lucian, is he right? I'm afraid he might be. No leader in the history of this continent has ever lost an election after winning a war. To accept the inevitable casualties that accompany even the most conclusive of military victories. A second term would be all but guaranteed. What is going on right now? But I won't start a war just to get votes. What the fuck? But a convincing enough campaign can succeed where policies fail. Even if you've opted not to focus on your campaign at the moment, I'd still advise you seize every chance for exposure that you can. For anyone who doesn't want war is gay. Peter Griffin is a real one. There's a not insignificant portion of undecided voters who don't care who occupies the Maroon Palace as long as the economy is running smoothly. I mean, just ahead of the election is a surefire way to win them over. Hey, I reduced my debt by 1. I got another 1 in the bag, maybe. Yeah, but this war isn't going to be moving icons around on a map. Oh, these guys need to fit into this tile very specifically. For maximum effect, let's put 20 dudes in there to make sure we get maximum effect for. This is a point and click war, right? Improve further. Currently, the country is still struggling to develop due to instability. The Lothberg group is up to something. My informants have been talking about frequent meetings happening between the oligarchs. I probably did, but I chose more humble beginnings. Latest reports from the workers at the Sol Dam indicate that the energy facilities have been taken over in what is thought to be a terror attack. A group of at least 30 to 40 attackers quickly dismantled the security. Police have been deployed to the area. So far, no demands. Oh, that's not great. Hey, polio has been secured. Oh, good. They're getting real uppity out here. What are you talking about? Nothing but Poles? This is who we would be going to war against. And I don't like our chances. Military investment aid. Arcasia. Who's Arcasia? Oh, it's an alliance, isn't it? It's that alliance. Arcasia Foreign Minister Laurent Martel, in concert with Arcasian President Dwight Walker, has extended a significant proposition to bolster Swordland's military-industrial complex. This generous aid package from Arcasia encompasses substantial financial assistance, logistical support, and expert guidance from their private military, PMCs. Oh, good. This offer aligns with the industrial expansion plans outlined by Ministers Hull and Manger. I have tried Hoi 4. I have 2,700 hours. But Hoi 4 does not help me in a point-and-click political simulator. So it landed into a competitive hub for new industries. Yes. You gonna give me budget? A self-sufficient military productions will help Swordland deter regional rivals. Office of the President of Swordland, Maroon Palace. If I played TNO, I'd be a political wizard, probably. Yeah, I took the Arcasia offer. Listen, they might overthrow me with their PMCs, but it is what it is. The biggest problem is that it's so long in between playthroughs that I have no idea what I did in the last playthrough. So I'm just clicking buttons that contradict each other. Go on. Yeah, I know. Adds 90% of electricity to Bergia and its neighboring regions if they destroy the power station. No casualties have been reported yet. We know that they have taken the staff as hostages. Car Greaser is on his way here right now. He will tell us what he knows so far. We've just received demands. It's going to be independence, isn't it? Take the red candle. Okay. We've been taken hold of Soul Dam. The free people of Bloody have suffered under the tyranny of Swordland. Our villages were destroyed. Our men and women assaulted. Not my government. The government before me, maybe. Not my government. I didn't kill any children. Demanding a deregulation of the Swordish government to negotiate the price of our freedom. We are ready to sit at the table as equals. Demanding a delegation. Okay. Oh, fired at Bergian Dam and show of force. No, no, no. Cause a Blutish insurgency. Cool. Thanks for giving me the achievement, telling me how much I suck. Please think of the message it would send to other criminal elements in the country. The Blood's coward who fears we sent the Bloodish Patriot on his mission. Stop! Stop what? Hands off keyboard. Hands off mouse. Tell me what to do, Buggy. I was gonna be nice to them. Hey, I do have a fresh new Air Force, thanks to my deal. I'm waiting on advice from Buggy. I'm waiting on advice from Buggy. You think majority rules in the chat? Is chat voting for violence of action? Neville Chamberlain trying to make peace with the Jews. No, it's not. Twitch streamer does in Israel. Come on. Do I have a coin? Alright, Strat. And the game is telling you this is a bad idea. That's true. They're not divided on this. Infiltrate the dam quietly and take them out. No need to cause a ruckus. The game was telling me trying to make peace was a bad idea. It was like, hey, yo, hold up. Dog. Both of my advisors in the room were like, listen, big dog, this is not the right move. Agricultural, automotive, or electronics. I'm flying by the seat of my pants. Please. The Suzerain. What was it? Suzerain Cleric. Buggy Games. Guide me. What is best? Automotive. Yeah, I know. Automotive industry expands. In response to the heightened need for security due to the ongoing social unrest, the Grand National Assembly presents the Security Act to fortify public safety measures. Sign. Economy. Unstable! Aimed at promoting gender equality and women's rights. Takes decisive action against domestic violence perpetrated against women. -2 government budget. Prepare for civil war. Yeah, I figured. Strides for supporting working mothers. It introduces... Can I get a line item veto option? State-subsidized daycare centers, ensuring mothers receive the support they need to balance their professional and family responsibilities. The economy is unstable, so you're telling me to veto this so we don't go further into debt. I gotta... Oh, why do you do this? Can I... Is there a full screen option? It is full screen. Let me see here. -7 debt. SUZERAIN. Yourself out of the debt crisis. Ended up in the debt crisis late game after paying for the Women's Liberation Act. This, hey, listen, I found it. Do not Google this. It's right here. It's literally the Women's Liberation Act. Perhaps because I was able to get the budget back to 0, but my economic development ended up shooting up from 3 to 6 and then all the way up to 10, all within turn 9. Turns out within the same run. Checks occur at the end. The fruits of your last trade deal, your edicts, your late game investments, regional recoveries, Women's Liberation Act, Anti-Corruption Police, all occur around turn 9. Liberation Act, SUZERAIN. 2 budget units. Those so is there a way of convincing those 2 feminine crusaders to let go of some reforms without turning them into furies? Hard to get. For that, you have to only agree to domestic violence, be dismissive about the rest, and not have much support in the assembly, so it gets watered down. If you pass your reforms, i.e. be successful at the game, wow. Reject the Liberation Act, then gaslight Monica by telling her the bill was too watered down and that you'll pass a better bill. She's more than happy to play politician and being Swordland's Woman of the Year to be upset for too long. Sign. -7 budget. Unstable. Incredible. End the day at home. Pulled out of the fridge. It was filled with unidentifiable grayish-looking stew. Big mistake. Reheat the stew. It's harder than I do these days. Sorry, you're stuck with the old man. Get that record you sent me. Not bad for old folks music. You take that back. But I think I'm starting to fit in. Have the equality lunatics gotten to your head already? I mean, they're obviously doing something right, but I guess you don't feel the same way since you made the deal with Lesbia. That had nothing to do with my personal politics. It was simply the most convenient option. Content and propaganda. To remind you that you're currently at threat of assassination. We have an uprising, a large state that is an enemy at your door, an unstable economy, overextended welfare state, and -7 budget. Yeah, dude, I'm doing great. I'm running in 2028. People change. Since the day I was born. Right now, I feel like I'm thinking clearly for the first time. With Contanin propaganda! I'm glad you like it, dogs. I'm enjoying it. Just for the wild ride that some of these options are. Just stay away from reefer. Don't bother ever coming home. Jesus. All of these options are pretty rough. I race, the bottom of the pot was charred, but parts of the mystery stew were still salvageable. Eating alone. Is facing significant challenge due to imposition of increased trade tariffs by a foreign nation. This has led to an increase in cost of trading goods. But of course it has. Of course it has. I know the economy. Oh, economy danger. Oh, that's awesome. Perfect. Police are overwhelmed in remote cities. Ready for operation. Operation's 3 main objectives: search, secure, and destroy. Expected time will be sundown tomorrow. Yeah, I know. About to have a civil war? Hell yeah. Debt crisis shocks the economy? Yep. The new trade regulations to balance import and export differences to ensure local competition. Wait, what's up, Emmanuel? Morelia marks a first South Mercopan national candidacy. Progressively governed nation in South Mercopa has been accepted as a candidate for membership in the Contanin Security Pact. This marks a historic moment as it is the first time the pact is considered South Mercopan nation. My God, all these bills are definitely going to cost me money. What? When did that go up to 8? Hey, what's up, software? -1 government budget? My economy's already in danger. I can't afford this. Has been presented to the Assembly to address an unintended consequences, the Legal Transactions Act, which previously permitted transactions involving non-registered businesses or other entities. This is terrible. This is a terrible time to be in debt. You know what? 100%. Addresses the loophole inadvertently created, which allowed for the unregulated continuation of prostitution. Outlines penalties for violations of the bill's provisions that classifies prostitutes as an illegal offense. Doesn't increase the budget. People are chanting for your beheading. What should we do? I'm gonna go to my vineyard and chill out, bro. Discussion on the Or internal affairs. Why Swordland? It was my first playthrough. Technically my second, because the first time I played off stream, and I played Rizia, which is a DLC nation, and I didn't know what I was doing. I played Rizia off stream, and I did not know what I was doing, and that country collapsed very quickly. And immediately after, with 0 casualties, who died at the operation was identified to be their current leader, will soon eradicate their group completely. Hideouts to find smaller groups before they can organize. This is like a president or dictator simulator. You could be one or the other, kind of. Oh yeah, it's kind of like a political simulator, yeah. You have to pass bills, you have to make people happy. Ugh. People. Runeberg warplane violated our airspace by entering the territory of Swordland for 2 minutes and left after issuing a radio message. They seem to be getting up to no good. +2 government budget! Simply introduced the Fair Luxury Tax Act. This rate on luxury goods categorized by the Ministry of Economy. This definition, but it's not limited to jewelry, furs, sports cars, yachts, and private planes. Sign. Give me +2 to my budget. That's true. I can win an election with a war. Are the colored stuff nations are your subdivisions? So these are like counties. No, these are like states. Like this is Ohio, this is Pennsylvania, West Virginia, you know, all of that. These are the other countries. I can give you a bigger overview of all the different countries here. Import tax on foreign alcohol products, on all alcohol products. Ooh. But also establishes a consistent source of government revenue. +1 budget. Dude, let's beef the economy up. Fund political youth group. -2? -2 government budget to fund a bunch of kids? Are you joshing me? If it was one sound, -1 government budget sounds reasonable. A bunch of 2? -2? Discrete, substantial government funds to the youth wing, integrating them into the state as we need that budget. Don't fund. You should confront us before making decisions, okay? I will, Emmanuel. like I said, I wish this game was like Frostpunk, where, like, stream chats could actually, like, vote on, whether or not you could, like, passing things. Surge was waiting. This way to the car. War room? Oh, shit. Cutting edge equipment. The latest video screens. like 13-inch tube TVs. This is 1944. If there even are TVs. I think, when were TVs invented? Like early 50s? Mid 50s? Something like that? The large round table with a coat of arms of Swordland engraved on it. We must attain peace in Swordland and Eastern Makopa at all costs. What do you expect us to do? Sit around and do nothing? They are testing us. What is going on here? Give me a status report now. 50s were when colors were added. Okay. What do you mean, thank me for coming at this late hour? It's literally my job. We're downed one of our planes with anti-aircraft fire from the ground. The pilot was declared KIA. Its recorded position of the plane was inside Swordish airspace, but are we absolutely sure that is the case? Are you sure this happened within our borders? It's on the map and the reports from that airbase. Bald guy looks trustworthy. He's my Minister of Defense. Bomb them. This is our only chance. Was down approximately 10 kilometers inside our borders. 10 kilometers? Whoa, that's a big breach. When our plane was within our border, the plane was down near Hulgan. They are trying to lure us into their trap. We have enough military power to contest against this violation of international law. We should attack and down one of their planes in retaliation. You must order military I agree with the general. Please be smart. Before it comes to that point, we can prevent further bloodshed by using diplomacy. Start the Swordish war machine and prepare to invade Runeberg. An eye for an eye. We will retaliate with equal force to display our strength. Swordland can't afford to look too weak. We will approach this diplomatically and try to de-escalate the situation by any means. Okay. Chat? I would go with number 2. And I would go for an eye for an eye. A defensive war. Okay, Onions says number 2. If we've learned anything from Hearts of Iron, it's that defensive wars are better for your stability. Because you don't get an offensive war stability debuff. This is basically the equivalent of a Hearts of Iron border dispute. I have 2 votes for number 2. Going once. Going twice. Sold. All right, that's 3 for number 2. He was typing it right when I clicked it, so it counts. Prevent a war at all costs. I am saying this as a man who has lived through too many years of war. They know that we are far superior. Well, we're superior in technology. We're not superior in numbers. And If some wars from a World War II strategy game have taught us, is that numbers can matter. There are warplanes at an airbase near the border. I think a peaceful solution would be more beneficial, but of course I don't have the military expertise. Excuse me now, I must talk to the military command to relay the orders. Sign off. I literally didn't have another option. I'm committed now. I don't remember, Emmanuel. I think I might have done halvesies. I didn't completely limit my power, but I also didn't go full dictator. See, on this one, this would work well as a deterrent and will come in handy as a tool to de-escalate the situation. Organize the parade. I don't think so. I don't think so. And I do remember at the beginning of the game when the question came for military spending, I didn't increase the number of troops a whole lot, but I did spend money on upgraded equipment. And then I might have moderately increased the military budget a little later. I can't remember. Done. Dun, 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 dun. Wayland's president, Viktor Smolak, has issued a statement raising concerns about Rumberg's aggressive maneuvers, expressing unease over Rumberg's clandestine support of the British Freedom Front. Smolak warns Swordland to stay vigilant. This warning comes on the heels of a recent aerial engagement between Swordland and Rumberg. Yes, I know all about this engagement. And as they could have hoped for, it was looking forward to celebrating with my wife. It had been long hours since I'd gotten home, and she wasn't there. So you decided to get juiced. I believe you're turning into a politician, Miss Rain. Show her the framed photo you took of your from your old office. I still love you. Hey, my wife still loves me, chat. Alright, I don't need Google anymore, and this window is getting annoying. Who would have thought we would wind up as Swordland's most powerful couple? Dun, 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 dun. Ato demands transit rights from the Confederacy of Yark Trails. Yark Trails? That's your country name? Bro, come on. Hold a referendum. Get that shit changed. The CSP launches a Unified Intelligence Agency. Rumberg plane shot! Oh, it was flying inside Swordish borders, so fuck them. Fuck them. They shot down a plane flying inside our borders. We shot down a plane that was of theirs that was also flying inside our borders. We were justified. That's it. We win. A one-on-one interview? I don't like the sound of that. Read the report. Navy's Vogslandian Navy spotted in full force. This is about a possible violent conflict between Agnolian and Volkslandian forces. Swordfish Navy and Conrad is on standby. Low investment synergy? Well, of course. Oh, okay. I thought I was going to an interview. Lucien Galade organized an interview for the presidency on the internationally renowned one-on-one, the famous journalist Tumas Sacker. This is this world's equivalent of Tucker Carlson. I shall start in the winter of 384 when the idea of Swordland was first envisioned. Too busy thinking about rally party's conservative base at today's election kickoff. I hope you brought coffee. Much appreciated. Are you sure you can take another 4 more years of me? The Archpriest of Dyer couldn't be present today, but wanted to relay a message of support to you and your family. What did he say? I bless the rains down in Anrica. Brief introductory comments. Forgot about the Benfey event. Peter gave a short speech introducing me. Then it was my turn. Okay, so I invest. Okay, so like I said, I didn't choose to expand the military, but I did choose to invest in modernizing the military's equipment, and then I accepted Air Force investment. From someone, I can't remember their name, and investment in our military industry. Sons and daughters of Swordland! Half years have seen our country tested again and again. Ah, yes, I changed to a volunteer army. Many enemies have tried to destroy me in this fine country. Seen our country tested again and again. Yet I stand before you now ready to pledge myself to God and Swordland yet again. With my re-election, I will finish pulling Swordland up by her bootstraps. No, economy from the depths of recession. To fix the disastrous economic decisions of my predecessors. As armed militants threaten to tear us apart, I promise I will uphold law and order. To defend Swordland against threats, whether internal or external, seek retribution from our enemies, for the constitutional reforms Swordland deserves. And will continue to root out corruption and wrongdoing even within the institutions we hold dear. Oh, that was the wrong choice. Oh no, politics, not... Okay, politics, yeah. Some have accused me of straying from the values of the USP. To this, I am the USP. There's been tremendous progress made in this term, and more is to come. I've devoted an unprecedented amount of effort towards making Swordland's economy the best in the world. We will not lose. What we started, a roar shook the hall! Aside his friends Richter, a true reformer, the USP and the PFJP will campaign side by side to ensure victory. It's time, fellow swords. A new dawn is upon... And Morgna West Corps. It's time to get back on board the rain train. What a ridiculous option. I'm gonna go with this not Latin. Budget -5. Hey, it was -8, Emmanuel. It was -8. First long-range bomber deployment, a defining moment. Universal Minority Rights Convention. This just after they formed the CIA. Make up your mind. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Simon. Hell yeah, dude. We're gonna nuke Roomberg into the ground. Economic progress we made over the past term and decide how to proceed. We're in danger. It'd be great if we followed up on this focus during the next term. Let's take a deep dive into the details now. Start off with our economy plan. Our decisions so far have not been in line with our initial intention for a market economy. It's something in between market and planned economy. We have deviated from our plan. I blame the circumstances. It's not my fault. Turn to page 16, status of trade and effects on foreign policy. Yeah, potential to stagnate unless we open up further and chase more trade deals. Per Swordlands, we have generally sided with businesses, even though the country benefited financially. The people certainly weren't fond of it. Are steadily increasing. We've been receiving fewer and fewer complaints about our welfare systems. Huzzah! Some of our industries have also been knocked down to their knees by our recent taxations. The demand for these goods has decreased drastically, which led to businesses in these industries being shut down. Ugh. Personal liberty, apparently. Some even filed lawsuits saying taxes violate their human dignity. Their lawyers argue for them that they need it for their mental health treatment. Yeah, I need a fifth of whiskey every night for my mental health. Announces at the beginning of the term, we're at a low point. We have an infrastructure problem. The economy won't truly flourish until we solve it. We are very close to the end. I want to talk about a few numbers. Please turn to page 57. Oh, we definitely fucked up. We fucked up hard. Currently at a staggering 49%. Fix this. There is nothing more important than the well-being of our citizens. What is our debt situation? 513 billion. It has budged significantly down from where we started. Exception, we essentially increased the possibility of an uncontrollable debt spiral. Hey, hey, it was -8. It was -8. Investments and our GDP. Oh shit, we're under half. Ah, dude, we're cooked. We're totally cooked. We're so cooked, chat. Exactly. We needed the vodka to make Molotovs. Elections and hopefully a second term. We decide a way forward. One thing is clear: we need a bigger budget. We shouldn't start our next term with a budget deficit. We'll make an internal loan from the MIF. This is the reputation of our administration, but it can be done. During our first term, we have faced many challenges in the midst of a recession. We have worked hard to fight against the odds, but it was not enough. You may have surmised from the numbers I have given you that the economy has worsened. The Swordish Great Depression. Great. Great, man. I really hope Roomberg starts that war, dog. We're so cooked. Moorbell soon to be a ghost town. Measures are taken. Lack of goods. Increased crime rate and racial violence. Ton of salmon left rotting in storage. Friends Richter are making waves. Their campaign slogan for everybody. Covered city. That's true. That is true, Emmanuel. A scheduled television interview. That's not gonna go well. Low public opinion? No shit. General Ludarin's son. There's no reloading. Let me see here. Where's my last load point? Ooh, I could go back to 919, but that's not gonna help me. I could go all the way back to the last time I played on June 3rd. Resulted in our nation will recover. I don't have the option yet. This interview is gonna go poorly. Welcome to One-on-One with Tom Toomis Carlson. Sordis was shot down by Runeberg anti-aircraft guns. Officials from Runeberg government proclaimed that the aircraft was flying inside the airspace of Runeberg. Not a coincidence, the Sordis army acted intentionally in retaliation. They attacked us first illegally inside our own and stand our ground. These harassments could lead to an actual war. I hope not. We're willing to do what it takes if that's what Runeberg wants. They have been working to get justification for such an action. United Continental governments have condemned the airplane incident. Do you think they will be willing to serve as mediators in case of broader conflict between your countries? Yeah, that one will go well. Before we move on with that, you want to... spy was discovered in your ministry. The spy was none other than your very own secretary. Not my secretary. Oh, no, it was my secretary. Just Peter was fucking her. Vice president, which your administration didn't want getting out. I talked about all this in detail in the past. You can check what I've said. It's true that she infiltrated the administration, but Mr. Vectorn had no part in any of it. Going right under your nose. To some extent, yes. All of our administration shares the responsibility for letting such a scandal take place. I didn't out Peter. I didn't out Peter. All right, this is a tricky one. I don't know what to pick here. I already talked about this earlier. I don't want to pick that one. I want to pick one of these two. I'm not responsible for background checks, or I take some responsibility. 3. Pick 3. Taking any sides between Agnolia and Vogsland. So far, you've refrained from making any statements about the conflict. According to reports from yesterday, confirmed that the invasion, he said Vogslandian troops have landed at the island. So here's my question. What is Swordland's role in all this, and what will it be going forward? This is another tricky one. Ooh, Tucker Carlson, you tricky, sneaky dog. Okay, can I, like... Oh my god, I can't... Oh, in the middle of an interview? Military interferes in military industry, no. Law, economy, welfare, order, diplomacy. I have an alliance with Lesbia. Economic cooperation. Alliance of Nations. Who's in the Alliance of Nations? Apparently I didn't. I thought I did. The situation right now is, what is it? The Vogslandian Navy has attacked Agnolian fleet, and they have landed on Helgeland. Codex. Locations. So, side with Vogsland? Are you saying side with Vogsland? Terry Republic, situated in eastern Marcopa, it is currently governed by the centrist Nurist. Check situations. Vogsland has imposed damaging tariffs on Swordland's most trade goods, creating significant economic harm. So if I stand with Vogsland, they might not tariff my stuff? If I side with them, they might lift their tariffs, maybe? During the century of revolution, the Republic transformed. In the 19th century, the country relied heavily on protection of Swordland against rising pressure of Runeberg and Vogsland. Agnolia is my neighbor by land. Okay, so... I mean, we stand with the people of Helgeland, right? Okay, Agnolia saw an economic boom in the 10s, or maybe throughout the decade. Agnolia invaded Helgeland and when the island briefly broke free from Vogsland after Agnolia's economy started to recede. Island, but is communist. So, Agnolia? We guarantee Agnolia, basically. Where is Vogsland? Democratic Republic of Vogsland? Oh. We can't let the Marquian Sea turn into a war zone. I don't remember. We'd only get involved as a peacekeeping force. Huge conflict took place close to your borders in Wayland. Partook in a massacre of Bludish civilians under the guise of eliminating Bludish Freedom Front. Ugh. We are not responsible for what happens inside Wayland. Oh, I already chose the middle one. Then I think you should interview Mr. Smolak. Oh, man. This is awful. I've chosen so wrong. How about... That's all the time we have for today. Okay, I'm attempting to get something on the right track. I know certain people are not going to be happy about. Announces that Lesbia is transitioning to DEFCON 2. The declaration reflects a heightened state of readiness and underscores Lesbia's concerns about the potential spillover of regional conflict. Ooh. Controversial PR visit. Bluish opinion low. That was never going to change, big dog. Was poisoned by a nerve agent, was hospitalized. It's been launched to find the culprit. Yeah, no. I know, bluish opinion was never going to improve. Presidential candidate. Mansoon becomes was elected. Will continue with Leak as their presidential candidate. We're getting close to nukes. Terrorists. To have a chaos back in. Sure, drop me off at the door. A cellar. Oh, a portrait. Oh, thank God it wasn't her. Child, you know, giving birth to me left her medically unable to conceive. Silver lining is that despite personally despising me, they felt compelled to grant me all the advantages a son would never have, including the education I need to rise to my current position. Wife spends her time these days. I thought you might be in need of some home-cooked supper. The dining room is a glittering chandelier hung in the ceiling. A woman in an apron and a chef's hat, by her appearance, ceremonially presented a roast rack of venison. It smells delicious. The groundskeeper shot it this morning. Ooh, dressed it pretty quick. Okay. You're a womanizer, so you got this meeting. Oh, she's gonna resign. She's totally gonna resign. Know that I myself will be running against you at the party congress. Yep. I suspected that might happen. You think I'd sit by as you made a mockery out of this country's constitution? The good name of Tarkin's soul? Bro. I'm doing you a courtesy tonight. I don't want to surprise you at the Congress, and I wanted to give you time to consider backing me. I understand now why you never found a husband. Yeah, right? I'll have the butler show you out. At least Lilius won't pose much of a threat, or so I hoped. Oh, come on. Okay, let's do military parade. Let's go. Depart right after the tank column. Oh, dude, is this dude gonna shoot me? Oh, no. Yeah, this is a problem. This is the problem. This is the problem. Mr. President, Serge performed a salute to Joseph with mage under his mustache. At ease, Mr. Faulkner. Are we ready to depart yet? Yes, sir. Follow me. Have you seen the tanks? Our planes, too? They will be so scared when they see this. I sure hope so. My kids are very excited to wake up today, you know, to see the planes fly. Where'd you do your military service? Morna, 7th Artillery Squadron. I still talk with many of my friends. Camaraderie of military is never forgotten. I'm still in touch with my friends from basic training as well. Mr. President was under my command once. Gumrin Outpost. Who can forget Major Lancia? We called him the Relentless. Oh, I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Good old days. We are here, sir. Exited the building and walked over to the clearance where the black Cadilla, the presidential car, was waiting. Decorated properly for the event. The top candy being removed. Oh, we're going to get JFK'd. The car generals and admirals were lined up on both sides of the carpet. The atmosphere. I saluted back with respect. Entered the car. The car started rolling. Even though there were many walls and streets in between the car and crowd, I was able to hear deafening sound of cheering Soldish citizens. Old prop planes flew above our heads, and I thought whether the planes were older than me. Loud footsteps from the tank engines. I could have swore I modernized the military, but we have all this old shit. What the hell? Oh my god, one of the tanks broke down. What are you talking? I've been on this screen for... Few minutes for the announcement. Finally, it was our turn. I could have swore I spent money to modernize the military. I could have swore. Yeah, I know. I didn't yeah, we still have conscripts, but adequately equipped military with modern and advanced weaponry and equipment to ensure operational effectiveness. Okay, I did modernize the military. We have a large reservist pool, experienced generals, Swordish military. Okay. On both sides of Victory Avenue, there were numerous citizens cheering my name, waving their Swordish flags. I shall wave. Vulcan, we kept our slow and steady pace. We were almost at the Atoll statue several meters away. We continued on as per the schedule and finally arrived at the Maroon Palace. People of Whole Sword dispersed to their homes. Sent to Runeberg by the display of our military might with broken down planes. What? Waving was wrong? Waving to the crowd of civilians was wrong. Oh, good. The will of the state. I just know that going fast is horrible. Dude, it was all one option clicks. I didn't have any other. Schedule for the Alliance of Nations sessions. We've received a schedule for the upcoming Alliance of Nations sessions. According to the dates outlined, is being prepared for a flight. We'll be attending the session as well as accompanying Mr. President on his flight. Champions Cup. What? What? What do you... I'm reading everything! And invited me to attend the pivotal football match at Lucia's urging. I accepted. 1, 2, 3. The team was representing Swordland in the international arena. According to Lucian, it would have been an unpresidential not to put in an appearance. 1, 2, 3. Was finally at the Mercopia Championships Cup, the most prestigious football tournament in the world. For the first time ever, a Swordish team had managed to qualify for the knockout phase. We're waiting to watch FC Enrica compete against the legendary Rizian team, the Rizzlers. Despite all odds being stacked against them, the team's mood was full of hope. To the quarterfinals, a feat that no Swordish team had ever managed to achieve. It was definitely luck. Swordland current and former were invited to watch the historic competition. I was told that both Tarkansol and Edwald Alfonso will be joining me in the lounge reserved for us. Today is a day to relax. We made our way towards the Maroon Stadium. The arena was situated in one of the most crowded quarters of Enrica, surrounding our development. As we wound our way through the streets, I noticed the name Tarkansol everywhere. Since I'd last been here, markets, restaurants, and even pubs named after the Colonel had all popped up. Did we just pass a pub called Alco Soul? Paid for Enrica and attempt to draw tourists, or at least Soulist ones, to the city. Soul's legacy still lives on for millions, after all. Sir, the security gave us a clear and informed us that the Tarkansols arrived in the lounge. Please follow the guards to the top floor. You will be seated in the VIP lounge. Sir, all fails. Match even. Just the fact that you are here will surely help with the campaign image. Quarter and sides were painted, mostly completely maroon. This old dude is everywhere but the war room, and he's a fucking general. Curtis Lace, Gus Manger were waiting to greet me as well. All of them had FC and Rika pins attached to their collars. Great to see you show support in person. Thanks for being here. The match means a lot for us all. Never before has a Swordish team reached this stage in the Mercopin Cup. About football, but I'm here for the players in my country. If we have a spy, that would explain the tank situation. I mean, I have high hopes for today. This is a big achievement for Swordish football. It's great to be here. President of the club walked in, handed us gift bags full of Enrica merch, and gave a speech stressing the importance of today's match. Pointed us towards the lounge, which was surrounded by heavily armed men. They did on the leather sofa, casting his hawk-like gaze out onto the field. He did not react when I entered. That's on the oddest of occasions. Please join me. It's heartening to see that you're a supporter of FC Enrica and Swordish sports. What are you still doing around here? For you, Mr. Soul. Tell me, is everything faring well after the defeat of your reforms, Mr. Rain? Shoot. What do I choose? No, he's been there more times than that. No. My reforms didn't pass. I don't know what to choose here. Because I'd like to get him on my side at this point. I think he had the option to pass them, but didn't because of the +2 debt. Yeah, maybe. What? The war's not here. I'm in this situation right now. It could matter, because if I get his support, that could mean better chance of winning the election, with or without the war. I'll admit the term has gone better. Cannot reverse time. Warning signs: you adamantly followed your own pig-headed vision for Swordland. You continued on the path that Edwald Alfonso started, obliterating our economy and throwing the nation into quagmire. path you've chosen will only bring about disparity and regression. It is my own to tread. I have no influence. You have, You're pulling all of Eastern Makopa into a bloody conflict with Runeberg. And what would you have done? I may have reacted the same way in your stead, but I would have made sure the Swordish military was well and ready for such a fight. The runes come, we will show them hell. And it's fine military, but both are nothing without a strong leader to guide them. I rebuilt this republic with my own sweat and blood. I will not see it collapse again. If something will collapse, it will be Runeberg! Yes. Yes! One was a Star Wars joke. I know we have our differences, to say the least, but I cannot argue with your brilliance on the battlefield. If we do go to war, would you consider offering your guidance? Ooh! I'm gonna click on this one. If and when that fateful day comes, I will not stand idly by and watch my country fall. I will tell you that much. Directly at the group of FC Enrica, fans who stood up holding colored boards created a massive illustration of Tarkin's soul. Welcome home, Colonel! Him everywhere in this city wasn't enough. I suppose I'm flattered. He's a Holy 4 player. He's got 10,000 hours. And Enrico with Tarkin's soul in front of it. As the players of the real Mont Ackler line up in the middle, we'll eat you whole for Colonel's soul. The door... Well, Colonel, how do you feel about being Enrica's new poster boy? Looks like it's working well for the city, and if you moved back home, I'm sure you get free meals and drinks everywhere you went. Shook our hands and sat next to us. Never had a strong connection to this place, Mr. Les. Should have asked my permission before using my name to market this city. Fair. It's actually Gus Manger's idea. Oh, shit. Gus? You're not? What are you doing here? Except when it comes to the job he's actually supposed to be doing. Be dismissive. Gus has proven himself time and again. His work rejuvenated Swordish industries, and without him, Enrica wouldn't be the city it is today. What did Gus do for Enrica? Heavily in this city and helped transform it into a tourist destination, he's the one who saw the potential in football. Okay, I mean, we are in the finals. Have been purely accidental. He looks like a young Reagan. No, I think he's one of the industrialists or something. Who line his pockets. Take on the role of his personal spokesman. You know, I was in Rizia for a few days to meet with our energy partners. Find out that the royals over there appear to be in favor of pursuing friendlier relations with Swordland. Think they will do anything to harm their connection with Runeberg, but cooperating with them was the right call. Now, Edwald, they must be filling your pockets with Rizian gold. You were a dictator. Why does he have a... calling out monarchist? This dude was a dictator. Once it is your fault that a giant like Gasson was brought to the brink of collapse. I've done ever... Admit it was too much of a responsibility for you. A man with your profit-focused mentality should have never been given the keys to such a vital sector. His upper lip curled. It's to blame, Edvald. Do you... Oh yeah, this is the guy... No, this guy's the previous president. That's right. That's right. A star midfielder made a breakaway down the field. The crowd erupted into cheers as the ball was passed from player to player. Look, we're going to score! Past the other team's defense. Don't be so dismissive. Crucial block setting the ball back down the field. Damn. Don't make me laugh. What you mean? Suddenly, a huge roar shook the stadium. The crowd was in a frenzy. Dominating Rizian defenders. Pushing for war, you seem too composed and calm. But you know how it is, Mr. Former President. But nobody should underestimate Swordland. We will see... You will see what we are capable of. Execute incredibly fast counterattack, scoring a goal that put them ahead in just a few seconds. Fell completely silent. Damn. Applaud our guys for giving their best. Not even FC Gilsword has ever come this far in an international tournament. Wait, is the score determined by my choices here? If so, that's dumb. It's not even halftime yet. Enrique could still come out on top. Yeah, and they could still come out on top. You're talking to Edvald Alfonso. Think it's determined before? Oh, okay. And the Kuomintang was a dictatorship before being stranded in Taiwan and started reforms. I mean... I'm not... I don't know. Sure, I'll be punching bag for both of you today. Rizzy inside. Mon tackler! They've only scored one. They've only scored one. Dominating the field, the referee blew the whistle. It was halftime. That was rough. The giant poster hanging beneath it. The Alfonso Foundation at the center of the poster stood, portrayed him with a warm smile and a twinkle in his eye. What the fuck? Why is this guy advertising himself? What an asshole. Nations at football matches? How does a non-profit even afford this ad? It's our exposure to help the homeless of this country. It isn't some commercial advertisement. Playing a sound, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a message from the Alfonso Foundation dedicated to spreading kindness and hope to the less fortunate. Maybe. Picture a swordland where compassion shines brighter than the stars in the night sky, where the power of generosity uplifts those who need it most. That swordland can exist thanks to the Alphonse Foundation. Edvald, this foundation is on a mission to make a difference. You call that kindness? Ren, you donate to the Alphonse Foundation, help us provide shelter, food, and a chance for a brighter future to those with a home without hope. Citizens, the Alphonse Foundation has already lifted hundreds out of homelessness. Congratulations to you both. This is how Swordland will eradicate poverty. Call 1-600 Alfonso. Hold up. One 600 A-L P-H-O-N-S-O. I'm seeing if this is a real. It's not a real number. I know it's not. 1-600-257-46670. It's got one number too many. What? No. A-L P-H-O N S Oh.
We're not able to make calls to this number.
Fair. I knew it wasn't going to work, but we had to give her the old college try. Don't put a phone number in a game and expect people not to call it. Take the number and make it an Easter egg. What the hell was that? So, they got some couch cushion coins. Has your whole term to plan for affordable housing programs. Instead, you decided to pass the buck to Mr. Rain here. Is your way of personal redemption spending a few rens out of your billions and portraying yourself as the savior? Politics just like you did, and now I'm using my clout to help the poor. Edwald, it was my supporters who portrayed me as one. Don't spin the truth. Well, I mean, you also didn't push back. You know. True, Mr. Soul, are you really denying that you did nothing to construct a cult of personality? That is the reality. Yeah, well, you know. Party giving you a hard time after I had left. You never could accept being a less popular leader. You hated living under the shadow of what I built. Inside your shadow empire. Your whole new empire! So, I was the one who controlled each and every member. I was behind every problem you faced with the USP. Do you really believe that? Well, I mean, you know. Divided after you stopped supporting me. Yeah, well, the soulless are a real thing. I'm 1 or 3. Supported you after the Congress. President at 49, he pushed several of my plans through, and I thought he believed in my vision. Your vision? Ha! Don't comment. For initiating the reforms, wasn't it? That was the only way to save soulism for you. Voted out by your own followers and your term was ending in a few years. You couldn't afford to go against the current. Reforms help smooth the transition of power. Vision, but I truly wished for your success for the sake of Swordland. But soon after your destruction of our economy, I realized how naive I was to open the gate for you. Already full swing, and Anrican players were aggressively attacking, weaving in and out of defenders with speed. Famous swordish striker, Hakon's Ladder, who is in front of the goal. I noticed Soul shifting in to see his gaze, suddenly locked on the field. Powerful shot, brought the ball back to the back of the Rizian net. The crowd goes wild. By the linesman raising the flag, making an offside call. How dare you! To be fair, nobody here cares. The linesman made the right call. Oh, shit. Every position from different angles. Well, it's a joke about modern sports. But, goalkeeper made a miraculous save. Damn. Holding signs in the front row. Do you see that? Holding up signs in the Swordish language. No to war in Mercopa. Peace between Runeberg and Swordland. Rizians are also scared of a possible war between us and Runeberg. Taurus family is a puppet of Queen Livingston. If the Queen wants war, Rizians will follow them. Shouting made focus back on the field. An Enrican player had shown a yellow was shown a yellow card. Ah, damn. Everything changed. Number 10 of Real Montackler dribbled expertly towards the goal and effortlessly scored as an... Oh, man. I knew it. Alright, well, we're lost as shit. Everything's going tits up. Alliance of Nations. David Visky, and the rest of the Swedish delegation to the Alliance of Nations arrived in Kairut. Local police escorted us to the Alliance's headquarters in downtown Constantium, immediately recognizable by its shining dome. Ushered us to the 3rd floor. We entered the massive circular assembly hall and took our David, all of the world's most powerful people, under one gleaming dome. High pressure, I know. Just believe in yourself, Anton. For what I've seen, you will do just fine. How are you feeling? Being the subject of so much media attention must take a toll on me and the family. But we were never expected it to be this way. It is tough to be the president, making harsh decisions and dealing with their consequences. Wish I could have supported you more, but time has been a cruel mistress. Yes, Mr. David, yes. What you have done for me is far more than enough. Don't treat yourself too harshly. For what it's worth, I appreciate all the advice you've given me. Your advice wasn't that good anyway. I will look into a drumbeat sound alert. You can see the President of the General Assembly, Mr. Nines, approaching his designated position. Well, the session's about to start. Let's get comfortable. It's going to be a long day. Prime Minister of Lesbia to address the Assembly. Return to this podium. How crazy this year's session will get. Let's see. The message I gave was one of encouragement and support to this organization and the vital role it plays. Of all the challenges Eastern Macopa and the whole world has faced since then, one has grown larger and more imminent than any other. Threat of the so-called socialist states and the actions taken by their authoritarian rulers with no regard to international law. Of Vogsland, I saw Emmerich Heigl pounding his fist on the table in protest. Looks like the Chancellor is already mad. Together as the leaders of the free world is more important than ever. News Greenland is alleging that 3 Americans are canvassing Greenland and trying to sow discord between Greenland and Denmark, and one of them is high up in the Trump admin. I saw something about that. I didn't read entirely on. I just saw a news article. America's serious about Greenland or something. The CSP, under the leadership of the United Cortana, has been fueling Vogsland military-industrial complex and his expansionist aims in Eastern Macopa. Blind eye when the armies of Vogsland occupied it, and they did not stop there. According to our intelligence reports, United Cortana made nuclear missiles were quickly deployed to the island. Recognize it as an aerial image of Helgeland. We have evidence of the construction of silos. Oh, shit. Lower it to DEFCON 1. Lower it to DEFCON 1. I think it's going to... it might be going that way. This was always likely to happen, but so soon after the occupation, I didn't expect that. 53% want to leave Denmark. Only 6 want to join. That makes sense. Open Nation. Well, there's only like... How many people are on Greenland? Like 153,000 or something like that? Or like 50,000? I don't quite remember. Can accept the installation of... Oh, this is the Cuban Missile Crisis. We're living through it. I'm JFK. No, this guy's JFK. Pounding... He stood up and kept pounding his fist. We hereby call for the immediate dismantling and withdrawing of all missiles and other defensive weapons from Helgeland. Report our call for resolution in accordance with Article 11 of the Falanco Treaty. Most of the Western Macopan delegates were clapping while others either shouted in protest or sat in stony silence. Not forget about the recent events that transpired in another state with socialist teachings. A state that wages war on its own innocent citizens, Wayland. Keep listening. Purge of minorities in the country was, again, largely ignored by the international community. I would go as far as to call it genocide. Well, he's probably not wrong. Deploying them closer to our borders and authorizing them to partake in massacres. Lesbia was affected not only by the large wave of refugees coming from Wayland, but also the subsequent government seizure of all of our companies that were active in the country. Whoa! In turn, you lose access to Schengen area, causing UK-style economic crisis, and you get one of the worst welfare states in the world. Member states to take action. Wayland and his rogue government. Thank you. That was not a bad speech. I agree. The Hines waited for the noise to calm down. The next speaker will be Victor Smolek, president of Valen. He brushed him aside with an exaggerated sweep of his arms. Phoned for a few seconds, then he smiled at Alvarez mockingly as he raised the height bit. Look at all the theatrics. That's him! Mr. President. Fellow delegates. The world faces a multitude of challenges. In the midst of these challenges, the world's most powerful leaders gather here in Kairut. And what do? They make threats, promote hate, and spread lies. Well, you know, Soviet Union. Is this the alliance of nations we all want? Where is the cooperation and friendship? Where is the unity? The wars that the West fought on our soil, and the foreign troops who occupied our countries and seized our valuable resources. Mind you how they stole the oil from our sacred soil and they did not know when to stop. There was left, but their interference never ceased. They financed armed rebel groups whose only purpose is to create terror inside our country. Count Valen, before you acknowledge your involvement in our civil war, before you acknowledge your own dark past. What did you expect, Mr. President? It's President Smolak. Menaced tragedy of the Valen Civil War, Arcasia made a deal with United Contana where they agreed upon the withdrawal of their troops along with the removal of half of our army. Weakened us, but we were left alone in facing the genocidal Blutish Freedom Front, which the Atto funds together with Rumberg. It's literally Iraq. Possibly. I'm not entirely sure. I might have something planned. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you right now. But I was leaning towards it. I will show you some of the evidence of foreign interference. Large stack of papers and wave them back and forth. Direct aid from Rumberg to the Blutish Freedom Front. They smuggled tons of 74s into Valen. They smuggled their spies, smuggled in mercenary commanders. Let something know I'm on his side. We published everywhere. Copies have already been sent to the investigative affairs of the Alliance of Nations. Investigate this properly instead of leaving Valen behind as they have always done. There's no evidence? Okay, Saddam. We know our government is also implicated in the funding of the BFF and that our oil companies aided their militants during the operation. Fourth, as the state, we only took what was ours. The companies the delegates spoke of were not only aiding militants, they were brought to Valen by force. No, that Wayland would no longer recognize the right of any other country to determine what type of weapons we are permitted to possess or what type of policies we follow within our borders. Wayland stands stronger, more united than ever. People have spoken. To read our report on the connections of the West with the armed militants in Eastern Mercopa, I ask the Alliance of Nations to do what is right. They are counting on the support and understanding of all the nations of the world. Their proclamation is free Wayland or death. Jesus, what a hell of a stance. KA-74s? Yeah. Just reverse the first two letters and it's the actual gun. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? That was a strong speech. He applauded himself. He saluted the Rican delegates as he passed them. Horton to the podium. Agnolia. Uh-oh. It's Helgeland time. Uh-oh. It's Mormon time. Different circumstances. The CSP nations, in particular Volksland, have shown us that what they are willing to do to achieve their political aims. I must sadly say that the world has left us alone. We were one of the first countries to propose proper cooperation among Eastern Mercopian nations. Yet we were threatened by Volkslandian expansion. Nobody came to our side. Although Mr. Alvarez voiced his direct support for us earlier in today's session, I can't keep myself from wondering where he was when our lands were under invasion by the very socialists he speaks about. Asking for support of the fellow member states of the Alliance of Nations. Agnolia is under attack by Volksland. All of them were pounding their fists on the table. Please moderate the assembly. This is more than disrespectful. Order! Order in the court! Emmerich Heigl. There will only be order. There will only be order when this coward stops smelling Volksland's good name. The Prime Minister, please continue. It's red, very red. You all know, Hedgeland, which had been a territory of Agnolia for more than 3 decades, was invaded by Volksland in a sudden attack. They brought nuclear missiles to the island the moment our forces retreated. Millenniumist terror surrounds on all sides. We must not falter. I invite all member states to find a resolution in accordance with Article 11 of the Falenko Treaty enforcing the immediate dismantling of all missiles. 3 of the Ventress City Treaty, the Alliance of Nations must ensure the withdrawal of occupying forces from the island. Alright, again, Heigl stood up and approached the rostrum. You are a spineless jerk! A lackey of Arcasian imperialism! What am I doing advertising GT Live without a sponsorship? What? I don't want GT Live? Oh, game theory. Okay. The shirt? This is not game theory. This is Achievement Hunter. It is not a game theory shirt. It's an Achievement Hunter shirt. Achievement Hunter of Rooster Teeth, red versus blue. Her complaints against us are direct results of your capitalist and neo-colonialist systems. Order! I can't get paid for this shirt because the company doesn't exist anymore. Barely exists anymore. Bernie, one of the original founders, bought Rooster Teeth. I think, I don't know if Achievement Hunter came with it when he rebought Rooster Teeth. I know the Let's Play channel got transferred over to the Regulation podcast and Regulation gameplay. I believe I don't need to speak more about this subject. Everything is clear as day. Volumes about the reality of Vogsland and their corrupted ideology. I hope to see this conflict resolved with the help of the Alliance of Nations. Next speaker on the list is Imrich Heigl of Vogsland. Oh good, I get to do more Soviet-Russian accent. Thank you, Mr. President. It's like you're having fun. First of all, I want to extend a welcome to the new states from Rica that have joined this organization. After fighting for years against colonialism and imperialism, they more than earned our membership vote. I am overjoyed to see them finally represented in this assembly. As our numbers grow and more states are represented in this stage, we come ever closer to finding resolutions to the conflicts that plague us. For hundreds of years, the dominant economies of Mercopa raised, pillaged, and exploited the contents of Rica and Xena. Number 7, when you start streaming Crisis in the Kremlin. Sadly, Vogsland was also part of this plunder in the years before the revolution, when it still clung to the idea of imperialism. But when our masses found their voice, the old colonial powers and their financiers turned against them. These powers did whatever they could to hamper our revolutions. They don't want the people to be heard. They're scared of us for showing possibility of a better path. Of course, they don't want us to succeed. We threaten the productivity that runs in our blood and sweat of the working class. And now they've started labeling us as aggressors. Yet we all know that it was the Arcasians who built our military bases around Mercopa. It was the ATO that was first formed against Menshevism. Malinovism. Keep watching. Hedgeland was, is, and will be Vogslandian territory. Our intervention in the island was completely justified. Other delegates brought up the Felenko and Ventry City Treaty. However, they are forgetting about the Treaty of Constantinople. Vogsland exercised its right to intervene on behalf of our people who are being oppressed and massacred by the Agnolian government just because they did not recognize an appointed governor. They didn't get to elect one. We acted in full accordance with the second article of the treaty. If there is a side to be blamed, is the state, which murders its minorities for publicly showing support to our nation. There were also claims about illegal missiles. No country in the world has the right to determine what type of weapon we import. Okay, fucking Castro. There's a conflict the Alliance can resolve. Let's start with our Arcasian base on Ravnos Island. Lesbia has been housing Arcasian troops and missiles by our border for years, and none of the member states even talked about it.
I also want the member states to look into the Arcasian bases in Lesbia. And if the Alliance nations truly claim to have people's best interests at heart, they cannot stay silent about the Agnolian government did in Hedgeland, how they took away the rights of our people. Perhaps there can be proper dialogue between our nations. The Alliance of Nations can firmly demonstrate that it can serve its intended purpose. Come on. The Alliance of Nations remains all too willing. See, I'm scared about all these dialogue options because I feel like if I just choose one, even if it doesn't say, like, speak out or whatever, that I'm just gonna go, bullshit! That's why I didn't choose that. But unfortunately, the Alliance of Nations will be told to hold the civil rights level. However, the Voxlenian government is ready as always to fight the forces of oppression and colonial servitude on behalf of free people everywhere. Vote revolutin vescore. Was that Swordish? Did I catch that right? Said the revolution will come, yes, but it was an old Volgish. Very similar to Swordish, right? Some words are even written the same way, but I'm surprised you caught that from his accent. Xena Rika Qatar responded with thunderous applause. Queen Beatrice Livingston. Oh my god. Dear President of the Assembly! Dear delegates! Dear leaders of the world! Just as my fellow Eastern Macopian delegates spoke about the troubles plaguing our continent, I have also to bring attention to a growing threat in our region. You fucking bitch. Craft with offensive capabilities while spotted inside our borders. A few days ago, they shot down one of our planes inside our own airspace. It was practically an act of war. Know this, Runeberg will do anything in its power to defend its citizens and its interests, whether Swordland is actually planning something or not. One must admit the activity of our Swordish neighbors has been very concerning. They took in traitors and gave them protection. Their president himself came to power amid murder and unrest. Yet people from his administration had the guts to blame our government for inciting violence, and they expect the world to believe their lies. That hag. She's flirting. And inside that country, they killed hundreds of Bluish people who wanted to be free from Swordlish oppression. We did not kill hundreds, I think. It's been a while since I played. Don't hold me to that. I wish to expend my sympathies to all Bluish people that had to live through the tragic atrocities being committed by Swordlish authorities. Proper intergovernmental investigation into Swordland. Yeah. No, I didn't. No, it was, I know it was like, it was not thousands. How dare you, Strat? How dare you? If the Alliance continues to shirk its given duties, you can trust in Runeberg to take matters into her own hands. It is also important to point out that Runeberg will not stand idly by if more Contanin or Arcasian military are transferred to Eastern Macopa. Condemn both the CSP and Atto for trying to influence our region with their military power. Mr. Smolak, I'm looking forward to reading your report. I wonder what this so-called evidence is all about. Know that your slander does not work on us. Know that we are ready to die for our freedom. Know that our kingdom stands firm and strong. I did not blow up the dam. I did not blow up the dam. I did not blow up the dam. I did a secret infiltration and I took out the terrorists. Only terrorists died. This is fake news! Fake news! Expect a grand awakening. Announce the next speaker, Mr. Anton Rain, President of Swordland. In front of me were some of the most powerful leaders in the entire world. I looked them in the eyes. Thank you, Mr. President, fellow delegates. Anybody who ascends this roster must appreciate what a significant gathering here. This significant gathering he is addressing. There's the importance of these words. Alliance of Nations. Go to the dream of a peaceful free... I would like to stress the importance of these words. Alliance of Nations. Our century is freedom. Our people are still not free from fear, not free from poverty and starvation. There's the danger of large military alliances and nuclear arms races. We're struggling for freedom, the century of liberation from foreign occupation. I'm gonna do that one. Now, set aside our differences and unite under this charter. Today, we confronted by a different choice. Our great achievements may either be used for the benefit or the detriment of mankind. Now, it is more important than ever to set aside our differences and unite under this charter. Address some of the topics mentioned. Involved in the genocide, such strong words shouldn't be spoken without proper evidence. We are deeply saddened by the tragic events that took place in Wayland. But we will continue our cooperation with Wayland. Chat. There's no third option. Two? Strat says two, but I think Strat may be trying to undermine me, but... What with his propaganda about thousands dead and a dam destroyed. Baseless propaganda. Absolute blutish propaganda. I don't know. I don't know. Vote! Vote with your phones now. You've already voted, Strat. I know what your vote is. I did not blow up the no, stop. This is brutish propaganda. I did not blow up a goddamn dam. I did not blow up the goddamn dam. Oh, I'm in turn 9 now? God damn it. Where's a fucking coin? Okay. Heads is 1. 2. Tails is 2. Fucking tails. It's the Queen of Roomburg. A threat that our nation poses to Eastern Makopo, while Roomburg's military has tripled in the last decade. It was Roomburg who shot our aircraft within our airspace. We only defended our borders. The craft that was shot down was flying in our airspace. Oh, Buggy! You're too... God damn it, Buggy. Oh, wait, you're taking 1 for this one. Okay, I thought you were saying 1 for the other one. That was only 2 options. I was right about the KA-74s. Discovered that many militant groups in Swordland were being financed or armed by Roomburg. Another important piece of evidence that we have provided to us by someone close to the Roomburgian government. Of the Bloods in this game, I can't wait till they drop the Yugoslavia DLC. The Roomburgian government. Mr. Hailstone was branded as a traitor in Roomburg for blowing the whistle on the country's hidden nuclear facilities. I hereby call on the Alliance of Nations to serve its duty, Roomburg. To support Swordland, we are facing an existential threat. Listening to our concerns, I wish to see a resolution for now. I would like to bring... No. Make a decision.
We stand and always will stand for the rights of the people of Swordland and Eastern Makopa, just as those in other countries. It will be quite evident the international relations cannot continue on such a basis. Nations of the enemies of peace. Long live the United Nations. Long live unity and peace. More procrastination or delay, the AN must adopt decisions according to the wishes of the people of the world. People of Swordland and I are honored to have expressed our concerns before this noble assembly. 2? I don't know if I can trust you anymore after your propaganda campaign. I don't know. Probably. Hey, Morcana of Westcore. Raise my fist. How was it? It was not bad. First, I want to congratulate you on your election to this high office. Delegates of the Alliance of Nations and my fellow friends, meet again on our quest to bring peace and light to the world, have lifted the world and not yet escaped darkness. Security Pact is rapidly expanding its influence. It's very troubling to see a democratic nation of Mercopa be invaded by those Melianivist powers. I refer, of course, to Hedgeland's occupation by Vogsland. As the world has enjoyed since the century of revolutions, today our peacekeeping obligations are to be tested by United Cortana. This block, if we fail to counter and stop this threat, if we stay idle and allow them to build new walls and weapons of hostility, if the attackers do not face consequences, then this unstable peace we believed we had built will be the world's downfall. Prosperity will point its fingers at us for not stepping in. Delegates started making noise again. The shoe and... Oh, dude, this guy's about to get George Bushed. This is a replay of the actual Soviet reaction. CSP's actions will only bring about war. We believe the United Cortana and Arcasia, together with their alliance, could come to an understanding. For now, I am still alive. By the skin of my teeth, I'm definitely losing the election, though, Emmanuel. I may have convinced the nations of the world to back me against Runeberg. United Cortana keeps acting on complete disregard for international law. Their allies are forcibly taking lands and imposing their own values on the people of those lands. I will say this to the leaders. If either of us is to be secure, we need a peaceful cooperation, not nuclear missiles, shows of naval superiority, or invasions. Leaders of United Cortana fail to demilitarize Helgeland with complete dismantling of the nuclear missiles and the withdrawal of the occupying forces. The Atto will have to take matters into our own hands. Hey, calm down. Silence! Finally, I propose the Alliance of Nations undertake the noble cause of helping the people of the world through rewriting the properly enforcing the Human Rights Declaration. Oof. Annexing neighbors, yeah, would have solved the economic crisis. Although the Soviet Union annexed a whole bunch of neighbors. And where's the Soviet Union now? Huh? That's right.
Dead. Done. Buried. Nerds. Hello, inhabitants of the world. Let us take our stand and see if we can finally achieve a lasting peace. Thank you. Very dangerous connotations to it. Stand up and applaud his speech. Let's go to war with someone. United Contana. Oh my god, this dude looks like a hard-lived Soviet. The Honorable Chairman Philip Delegates of the Alliance and most esteemed meeting of state representatives of the world. Increasingly, we are being threatened, disregarded, attacked, or ignored in its assembly. The representative of Acacia has just shown its unfriendly attitude toward us yet again. We believe we are standing in the way of lasting peace, yet the peace they talk about was only possible thanks to our missiles and our growing base in the developing world. Yes, peace through missiles, my favorite. The Atto kept waging wars against people's revolutions and forcing new independent states to be their puppets, binding themselves through Arcasian lira. And now yet another Arcasian president is telling us that we are the aggressors and they are the keepers of peace. We will not be silent anymore against these lies. When was this peace you talk about? Where was this cooperation between our countries? Have you ever accepted our invitation to talk about denuclearization? You don't like us. Don't accept our deals. Well, you should have read the book. Don't listen to our concerns and keep pointing fingers at us. Why did you invite us to the Alliance of Nations? What do I want to tell you? What? Every year, the United Cortana comes to this assembly to address the real problems of real people. People suffer because of your systems, your wars, and your arrogance. Whether you like it or not, we'll keep representing the laborers, the slaves, the oppressed of this world, and believe it or disregard it, history is on our side. We say to the representatives of capitalist countries. Bit into it. Dude, I'm role-playing, man. Come and visit us. Come and see the revolutions working in Cortana with our empty grocery stores. Show our continent to your people without distorting the reality. If you cannot do that, then you need not come. We believe socialism will triumph over capitalism in the end. Such is the logical conclusion of the development of humankind. He is living his dreams. Communism will bury you with nuclear missiles. You really believe in cooperation? We will be waiting. We are not going anywhere. However, if the Atto keeps intervening in our matters, it's natural the CSP would react. Despite threats from NATO, Roomberg, or any other national organization, we must not succumb to further division and violence. Tomorrow we will be invading Afghanistan. We must ask ourselves, what do the people of our countries expect of us? They surely don't want war and bloodshed. So let us leave our children and grandchildren good memories of our time and a better future for all. Let them look at history and say, once there was a great divisions and complex problems. The leaders of the world came together in the Alliance of Nations and succeeded in settling them in order to ensure our peaceful lives. Let us act in such a way to make this session not a session of threats, but a session of hopes and the realization of them. They serve their duties for world peace. Long live the People's Revolution. Alright, that was a fair speech. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will reconvene later in the day for final agenda items and closing remarks. Let's go grab some lunch. I'm hungry. Election poll results. 16%. We're totally losing that election. Warn against anti-Malianist front. Yeah, we're totally cooked. We're so cooked. Grants a guard observer status addressing drug trade. Oh, collaborative approach. NATO is going to be patrolling the high seas for the cartel guns. Call that potentially change the future of Eastern Macopa. The voice of Queen Roombook from the other side. Mr. Rain, how pleasing it is to finally get a chance to speak with you in person. Fill the 84% with bullets. I am Queen Beatrice Livingston, the Queen of the Four Corners of Macopa. Defender of Castle Salzburg, conqueror of the tranquil sea, stout protector of the ancient lands of Rome, descendants of the most honorable King Edward I, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and ruler of Roomburg. What the... Am I supposed to be impressed? Indeed, you should be. Now, given the circumstances, I've never thought I would be giving you a personal phone call. Yet here we are. Even after what Swordland has done, I'm showing you my willingness to talk instead of cutting off communications. To show you my willingness to listen to your whining. You are so kind, and why did you call? Please listen to me carefully. This is your last chance for a peaceful way out of your dire situation. My demands are simple. You will give us control of our stolen ancestral homelands, Estord and Noble. Those cities are surely of lesser importance to you than judging by the way your country has treated them. That's all I ask. If you fail to comply, to put it simply, we will take them by force. A war, Mr. Rain! A war! So please, I beg you to have reason. Think of your citizens. Think of your people. Do not enter a war you have no chance of winning. You dare insult me, your time is over, your highness. Along with your country, I will see you on the battlefield. I will not lead my country. Only a sword and Nobel, nothing else. You must be out of your mind if I thought I was gonna give in to your threats. I'm choosing one. This is still gonna lead to war. A pity, really. At least my conscience is clear. Embrace your inner Japanese. Treat those assholes like the Japanese. Spin up Division 267, or whatever it was. 627. We're going this war. I have given you a chance and you refuse. You have failed your people. War it is then, Mr. Rain. You will regret your decision until your last breath. Guys, good news. I'm winning the election. But closes all diplomatic channels. Private meeting with David Visky. May you come in? Yes, David, please come in. First of all, thank you for your time. To ask you how I am doing. It looks like war is truly upon us. It must be taking a toll on you, just like it did on me all those years ago. But of course, I won't presume to understand what you are going through right now. I was never the leader of a nation during wartime, after all. I'm only interested in the results of this war. I'm tired, David. I'm tired of it all. Oh, I know the feeling. Trust me, I know. Sometimes you just want to throw it all away, the responsibility, and escape, perhaps into the wilderness. Perhaps to the sea. But that is what I want to do. What I want. But I could never do that. I have a responsibility. You've already found 3 schools? Nice. Unfortunately, men of power are bound to duty and their responsibilities to the nation. He started coughing. What a privilege for me. I had the chance to watch my student grow into a fine and strong leader in my lifetime. What a privilege indeed. You tried your best to bring reform to Swordland. That is valiant in and of itself. It's okay to feel frustrated by failure, but change, unfortunately, doesn't happen easily. You paved a path for future generations to follow, and they will remember you for it. It wouldn't be possible without you. You are too kind, Mr. President. David coughed again. Oh! No! No, David! This thing, they were talking about me. They were calling you a radical centrist. Hey, the game got me down right. You know what? Let's go. Centrist support nothing. So, elections are fast approaching. How are you feeling about your chances? You're damn right. You're damn right, Strat. We will see. Uncertainty doesn't suit you. I'm afraid I have an announcement to make to you. Why? What's wrong? After the term is done, I will be retiring. For what reason? I have been in this line of work for many decades now. Misa propose giving emergency powers to the president of Swordland. I would quit if I ever felt like I didn't have the physical capability to serve anymore. I mean, yeah, that time has come. My bones are aching, my hands are shaking, my voice is failing. Besides, I'm sure you can find a younger minister who's more full of life. You have been a mentor, a teacher, and a friend. Thank you for your service to this country. It is an honor, Mr. President. Hug him. Best of luck, Anton. We're going to the closet. We're going on a war. We're going to the closet to grab our war and split. None of that makes sense, but da-da-da-da-da. Reaffirms its steadfast dedication to the alliance with Swordland. NATO signs non-aggression pact for 3 years with Anne Raka. Raka.
Women for Reign. Recent poll suggests a surprising amount of support from the women in Swordland. 53% of women say they will vote for President Reign due to improvements in the women's rights situation. World Revolution Manifesto, a revolutionary step. Groundbreaking announcement. It has proposed the World Revolution Manifesto, a revolutionary vision calling for an ideological shift towards Malianism and Volksland socialism globally. We'll see how that goes. Angola puts forward bid to join ATO. Sorry, you can have no active conflicts to join NATO. Ask Ukraine. Our vice president has been hosting massive rallies trying to sway both conservative and reformist voters while also trying to attract new undecided voters. Fortunately, the great charisma of the VP has led to many new voters flocking to the USP. The VP is shining while expanding the potential voter base. USP Congress canceled. President Anton Reign retains his position as party leader and will represent United Swordland. Existence of nuclear weapons in Roomberg confirmed. Friday afternoon in the office. Dud, 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 dud. There's a problem. Oh, god damn it. Mr. Hull wants to speak to me. He's in the white room. I was just told to open the door into the white room, looked around. Simon was sitting playing with the pen in front of him. Good evening, Mr. President. My entire cabinet's leaving me. I'm not winning, chat. Resigning from my position in the cabinet, I simply cannot go on anymore. I made my decision and I won't be turned back from it. I suppose I owe you my reasons. You failed it. Recessions, we made them even worse and entered the Swordage Depression. Hey! World War II brought the United States out of the Great Depression, baby. It's all we need. It's all we need. Ramping up industry. Making jobs. Because I am unfit to serve as Minister of the Economy of Swordland. No! Good, at least you have some... Please don't do this, Simon. I am to blame, not you. Just give everyone antidepressants. Took a deep breath. I have no choice but to accept your resignation. Damn. Economy Minister, empty. Interior Minister, empty. Dinner at home. War it is. But there seem to be more guards outside my complex than usual. No shit, we're about to go to war, idiot. How was school today? Prize at the science fair. Hey, good job. I think they were teaching girls different stuff before because they knew we were smarter than boys. That's just silly. You might be right. Mama's here. I've got to do some homework before dinner. Went upstairs. When she realized it was me, she smiled and gave me a kiss on the cheek. Sorry. I guess I've been on edge lately. Why don't you go fix yourself a drink in the living room? I'll let you know when dinner's ready.
Poured myself a bit of whiskey and flipped through one of Monica's women's magazines. Took me a second to realize Monica herself was on the cover. Swordland's Woman of the Year. Franck never took his studies so seriously. He does now. He told me so in one of his letters. Papa, are we bourgeoisie pigs? Yep, brainwashed. Cover as worst man of the year? Probably. Now that we're all here, I wanted to say something. Past 4 years have tested our strength on all of us. I was so busy focusing on the needs of the Swordish people that I sometimes forgot about Swordland's most important people, my own wife and daughter. I'm divorcing you. We'll be able to put this behind us and be a normal family again. I hope I can make it up to you someday. And we'll have plenty of time for that because I'm retiring from politics at the end of this term. Once the election is over, I'm taking you both on holiday. Sighed. I think you should quit politics, not just drop out of the election. Retire. What? Why? With everything that's happened, I don't think you belong in government. I don't think I belong in government either. But I'm afraid that'll happen anyway. You being president has been easy on any of us. Maybe we could go back to the way where things were before. Keep going or retire. Use your phones to answer now. Buggy says 2. I mean, we're going to war, right? Strat says 2. We're going... What's the point of going to war if I'm not going to get reelected? Of course we can finish dinner. Donut votes 2. Atto declares World Liberation Manifesto. World Liberation Manifestation. A strategic vision focused on promoting liberty, equity, and wealth across the globe. This declaration marks the Atto's dedication to advance these core values, serving as a counterpoint to CSP's recent World Revolution Manifesto. Dun 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 dun. Da 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 da. In addition to the military officers, their assistants were spread around the room. They stopped their chatter immediately and saluted me. Joseph was standing over the table, arranging tokens atop an oversized map of Swordland and Runeberg. He walked up to me and saluted. Mr. President. At ease, gentlemen. It's happening! We picked up an extendable pointer from a shelf on the wall. Silence! The room immediately went quiet. Everyone had their attention on Yosef. Please do. Very well. Everyone in this room has read the reports that the Queen of Runeberg is getting ready for a nationwide speech in 2 weeks. We have credible intel that she will be announcing a declaration of war against Swordland. The Runebergian troop movements in the past 24 hours indicate that they are bolstering their frontline strength. The time has come. Praying for a large-scale invasion. I'm worried would be an understatement. This will surely make us the enemy of the Queen, but if we triumph, we will persevere. Faith does not win wars. What? What? My Minister of Defense said that? I think we're cooked again. Give it to me straight, Doc. Runeberg doesn't have any idea what or who they are dealing with. We will destroy their armies and send them back to whatever hellhole they came from. Rest assured, Mr. President, I am more than confident that we will win. How soon will they commence the attack? Judging from their movements on the insider information we have received, we have 2, maybe 3 weeks if we're lucky. The estimates of their active military personnel at around 900,000 to 1 million. Meanwhile, we have approximately 350,000 soldiers on the ground. As for their air force, our estimate puts the number of aircraft in their fleet at around 700. 410 of which 140 are state-of-the-art jets. Nice! Nice! We got state-of-the-art jets. 60 ships, approximately 60,000 sailors. Fortunately, the main threat of this war will be on land, so their navy will have limited impact. I predict that they will try to block our seaports, reducing our trade and disrupting our supplies. Meanwhile, Runeberg is around 110 ships, and according to our latest intel reports, high-tech submarines as well. Ah, shit! They're going to convoy raid my coast! Hoi 4 tactics! Estimate on how many submarines they have. The Queen has ensured her royal submarines are under state secrecy, thus our intelligence officers are having a hard time spotting them. But I would like to remind everyone that wars are not won with numbers alone. Joseph glanced at the generals and stopped at Vulcan. He shook his head. Ugh. Now we have to talk about our defense strategy. We currently have the 1st Army deployed to Estor to reinforce the border. This is the place they would most likely attack from. 2nd Army is standing by at Laren for a possible assault from the north. 6th Army is currently garrisoned at Narbal, waiting orders. With an invasion, all 3 armies have been undergoing rigorous drills, especially during the past few months, preparing to fight and die for their country. Should you become a NEET and collect unemployment? I mean, try your best not to be. You have done well, generals. Discussing our path to victory. Our top strategic location is Thornburg, Runeberg's capital and the Queen's residence. Needless to say, if we manage to capture the Queen, the war will end. What if she flees Thornburg before we get there? Might be an opportunity to push for Thornburg after we capture Sarsborough, but we are ahead of ourselves. We'll get to that when we discuss the war plan. What if she flees? What if she flees Thornburg before we get there? I am a proud soldier of Swordland, Mr. President. I'd rather die than give up whole sword to invaders. And I know a prideful person when I see one. If we strike fast, we can capture the capital. Damn you, AMD. I was doing something. Without capturing Thornburg? If we can't do that, it will become a war of attrition. Whether we can outlast them depends on our economy. And our economy's shit. We gotta capture that city. Aren't you in school? I thought you were in school, Donut. I thought it crashed too. Is Sarsborough is the intersection of Runeberg's complex railway system. If we take it, we'll have more options on both offensive and defensive. Being surrounded and cut off from the east, it will also reduce the battle line we have to cover with our limited numbers. So it could aid us, but I see no point. We can fend them off easily. It's ridiculous. We can't fend them off alone. We need help.
Fighting against 1,000,000 men. 1,000,000! Call our allies to war. Vidvisky has requested to join the war planning session. Let him in. Come in, David! So, you're not retiring after all? Sure I am, Mr. President, but your term has not yet ended, and you could clearly still use my guidance. Anton, please allow me to assist with the war plans. What kind of guidance are you talking about? For our esteemed generals, but I know people, Mr. President, especially our own people and our allies. Beneficial though our foreign partners may be, I would still advise you to keep a close eye on them. You're afraid Alvarez might backstab us? Did the international repercussions would be far too high. I'm sure he will agree to fight by our side. However, depending on our plans, our past interactions with him, his commitment to the war may change. It's worth keeping that in mind. Shouldn't involve them. Let us move on to our war strategy. Hey, what's up, Captain? He's running down the hall, soldier rushing urgently, pulling Vulcan aside and whispering in his ear. He hurriedly straightened the lapels on his uniform. Seems we'll be joined by a very esteemed guest today.
Tarkin Soul.
Dressed in his old uniform, the insignia of the 6th Army of the Swordish Armed Forces displayed prominently on his chest. An assistant scrambled to find him a chair. He put aside his cane and sat at the head of the table, while the rest of the room stood rigidly at attention. It is an honor to have you here at this time of need, sir. How can these old bones of mine rest while my beloved country goes to war? There's no greater honor than to protect one's nation, Mr. President. At ease, everyone! I don't think the Colonel's war credentials need to be reiterated. Having him here will be of immense help to us, as well as a morale boost for our troops. Soul comes in with the steel chair! Grandma yelled like a madman at a bug terminator. At the first grader? What? You're doing a church reading on Sunday? Me as fit as I was during my last war, but I still remember how the game is played. You're too humble. This is for the last time. I look forward to working with you, Colonel. So am I, Mr. President. You have shown great leadership in times of peace. Let us see how you act in times of war. Shall we get started? Certainly. First objective is taking Salzburg. So how are we taking this city? 3 options on the table at the moment. One is to simply dig in and endure their first wave of attack, then retaliate after they are weakened. After they lose organization. You just wanted to do it for fun? Okay, that's cool. I can remember as a kid going to church, kind of wanting to go up there and do a reading. Second option is to launch a full-scale offensive on Salzburg. We will strike at them hard and fast before they have a chance to draw first blood. Which is insane, in my opinion. So do a pincer attack to wipe out their forces, then march towards Salzburg. In any case, our soldiers in the main armies are well drilled and prepared to carry out any strategy we choose. Their armed forces have been reduced in size. They are well equipped for the war. We will feint an assault on Krimsrad with the full intention of tricking the enemy. Casualty expected to a certain extent so that Rumburg does not become suspicious of our real intentions. When they believe they are winning, they will push for Estord. Their confidence so high they'll never expect the 2nd Army from the east and the 6th Army from the west, which are holding their striking position at the moment. They capture Estord, we pull the trigger. I don't know specific verses in the Bible. What's that about? Our bombers will strike at the logistical hubs behind them, after which we will take Estord from all 3 sides, destroying the enemy force. While Runeberg is recovering from this loss, Salzburg will be ripe for the taking. It's time for us to immediately launch a counteroffensive and take the city. Invite the Queen to tea and holes while you're at it. Furthermore, our reservists are new soldiers. News of the initial defeat will damage the morale, which might collapse our eastern front. This is to remove mandatory conscription. No, you can't let them know it's a distraction because then it'll get leaked. The Gendarmerie will be of excellent help during our strike at Estord. They know every nook and cranny of the city. I'm confident that we will achieve complete victory with my strategy. When they launch their initial offensive, our soldiers and tanks will be entrenched in strategic and well-fortified positions. Let them throw their manpower at our impenetrable line of defense. We will grind down their armies that they are too proud of. With their pride shattered, their morale low, and their line disorganized, we will launch an all-out assault to strike the finishing blow. Which makes no sense. You're handing them the time and motivation to come up with a plan to attack us. So, with this motive, we will destroy or at least limit the effectiveness of their advantage. Manpower to cover the entire border. Reservists forward to fill the gaps in the battle line. Can't rely on them to hold the line for long. The Gendarmerie can be deployed on the main line as well to support the war effort. They're police force. Their skills will certainly be of use during the war, but they shouldn't join the front line as common soldiers. Fair. Entirely fair. Nice. 3-day weekend. Must be nice still being in school. Tuesday assault. Our first step will be to have our bombers strike them in the front line. More precisely, a strategic points on the path to Sartre. Then our tanks will come in and puncture their defense at Krimsrad, followed up by our soldiers. So which all sounds much easier than it is. Let me remind you that we are butting heads with an army far larger than our own. Let's see. They can cover weaknesses in their line rapidly, which will leave our troops that are pushing through isolated. Our plans will bomb them to smithereens. We'll be overwhelmed by Runeberg's planes the moment they take off. Without air superiority, our troops will have a tough time in the field. As has already announced support for the war, they will only field 2 armored and mechanized armies with no more than 20 divisions. Refuse to move their air force to help us in the war, as they said they need it to defend their other interests, which sounds like a load of crap to me. It is. Are you doing go in depression? Yeah. Yeah. So he sent only a portion of his army as a gesture of alliance, knowing full well they might die. What a heartless bastard. Lose our heads during critical moment. That their troops will be able to make up for any of our... It's undoubtable. The constructed L1 railway would be very helpful in our push north. We could use it to transport Lesbia's massive armies to the border in time for the first wave. Person, I was afraid that he might withdraw his soldiers if we suffer a defeat in the opening battles, but with his army arriving on the front line with us, this is unlikely to happen. I would suggest that we do not strike Salzburg right away. No, Kruger, your confidence and bold strategy are commendable, but a blunt, by-the-book approach like this will only work if our forces are equal in power. I apologize for my incompetence, sir. However unreliable our allies can be, they can cover our military weaknesses if we utilize their cooperation well. Looking at the plans that have been proposed, I don't see a path to victory by ourselves. Fight smarter if we are weaker. Let's go with Yosef's pincer plan. So we're doomed then. Eat some dick, Vulcan. Means we'll reinforce us on the front line. So let's assume that at this point we have Sarsborough in our hands. This is just the first step. From this point on, it will be harder since we're going deep into hostile territory. I see two options. Push towards Thornborough and capture the Queen, or we turn our attention towards Dome. We risk being flanked from the east with either strategy, but it's a risk we must take. We'll mostly shut down due to the war happening at the border. Or to begin to flee the city, which is our primary trade hub, thus our economy will take a big hit. And trade lanes will be crucial to this point in the war. Our military industry output is at the highest it's ever been. Won't have a problem providing our armed forces with what they need. 3 cheers to the industrial complex. Lord Thurlborough, it needs to be quick and decisive. It is unwise to take any of our allies with us. Either have them stay and defend our flank or assault Dome. How would we take Thornborough? After Sarsburg is taken, the enemy will be left in shock and the morale will be low, hence opening up a brief window of opportunity for us to march towards Thornborough. However, if we hesitate for even a moment, this window will close. Even worse, the enemy will realize that we are overextending and will try to cut us off. This will leave the bulk of our army isolated in the cold north. By taking their capital, our doctrine does not include these kinds of rapid advances. Well, yeah. To boot, our supply lines will be stretched too thin to be exploited by the enemy. Also, we can deploy our reserve in Sarsborough to help with the defense there. I was taking a shit, Jack. It sounded like something Biden would say. Dome and Sarsborough are excellently linked logistically. There's a railway between the two cities. This will aid us in transporting military supplies and troops. We can easily launch an assault on Dome within half a week after taking. With that said, control of the rail system is key because Rumburg can utilize it as well. If they can withstand our assault, they can launch a counteroffensive with ease from the direction of Dome to retake Sarsburg. We'd lose everything we had gained so far. And there would be no need to take Thornborough. It would be too late to attack anyway. Princes or the Queen would come to her senses and flee the capital. Even if we capture Thornborough without their Queen, we won't be able to hold it during the winter. Supply lines would be stretched too thin for that. Our target cities in our land, we can lay out a defensive line, especially around Dome. They took it from Agnolia because of the oil fields around it. Their industrial sector has since heavily relied on them. Their oil supply cut, they won't have the fuel for their huge war machine. Their economy will slowly collapse. We'll be effectively choking them until they capitulate. Defense is in and around the city of Dome. Ever since they took it from Agnolia, they have been building up fortification in case Agnolia attempted to retake the city. There's no guarantee that we can take a well-reinforced and fortified city while holding the line at the western and northern fronts. We're just going to stay behind and protect our flank from Sarsburg. Why can't we just defend? That is out of the question. It will leave us out in the open and susceptible to a Rumburg pincer attack. All 3 directions. Your opinion, Colonel.
There's more on the line in the election now? You mean the oil? There were supplies to be procured through trade. Our chances at victory seem slim. One or two. Do we march to the capital or we attack Dome and lay out a defensive line? One or two. Use your phones to vote now. Save. Can't save. It's only auto saves. Strat says one. Yosef recommends the march on Thornburr. Vulcan recommends the attack on Dome and laying out a defensive line. Colonel Soul did not make a suggestion. You're sitting in a hotel cuck chair? How does that make you feel? Ooh, a blankie sounds cozy. No. They said I'd be flanked if we just tried to hold the one city. Yosef is suggests marching straight to the capital. Fuck it, we ball. That's another vote. One vote. Is it a Jehovah's Witness Bible, not a King James? Are you saying Joseph is wrong? Right now, we're tied. I got 2 votes for 1, 2 votes for 2. All right, so you're rescinding your vote for 2? That means we have 2 votes for 1. Onion said March. Strat said March. And then Captain said 2. It's 2-1 right now. Gideon Bible, sorry. I'm adding it to the battle plan. Impressive army will do well in guarding our flanks. Oh, another one? And just did the opposite of what Strat did. Strat. Oh, wait, I'm confused. Why are we fighting over a bunch of bloods that we want dead like half a turn ago? Strat says 2 to guard our flanks. Should we have Lespia's armies guard our flanks or march on Dome? That's 2 for 2.
I'm going to. It will be the end of Swordland, Mr. President. We will need your executive order to mobilize forces. Operation Fallen Crow. Yeah, that's true. I'll get encircled by the AI. This will be my last great contribution to my country. Let's protect our republic. Normally shook my hand. The colonel and I turned to face each other. Thank you, Colonel, for being here. Let's hope that the next time we meet, it will be under a Swedish flag in Salzburg. And I will personally invite you to supper in Thornburg. It represented thousands of men who were willing to die for this country for me. The lesbian army is on its way. Logs and reaffirming dedication to fostering peace in Eastern Marcopa, the rising tensions between Rumberg and Swordland must have prevented from escalating further. We strongly urge all parties to exercise restraint. Nerd. Queen Beatrice has declared war. The nationwide mobilization order. Morale surges as lesbian armies saw hundreds of thousands of lesbian soldiers in armored vehicles as they departed on the L1 railway to the Estland front line. Recordings of the news of the massive technology advancing forces have emboldened the morale of our soldiers as well as war support for our citizens. Declaration of war. They declared war on me. No. They declared war first. As you have heard yesterday, Rumberg declared war on Swordland. Attacks on Swordland's sovereignty by Rumberg. We now If their damn queen thinks she can get away with killing our soldiers, then I will tell them this. Think again. As a strong and proud Swordland, we have many enemies because they are jealous of us, of our prosperity. March on 5%? You think that's my chances of succeeding? To this country and are prepared to defend it to our last breath. They are playing with fire. Let's teach them that the fire that burns inside the Swedish people is unlike any other. Jack Swordland, my Swordland, there is a price. Our people, our territories, our home is in grave danger due to hostilities that are yet to come. But do not be afraid, Swordland, because I, Anton, reign in here. I want to call on the international community to condemn this deliberate attempt to disrupt world peace. I announce that Swordland, unfortunately, Swordland is hereby declaring, if they want war, I don't know, thermonuclear bombs. I'll get on that. I have no doubts that we will emerge victorious from this senseless conflict. Soldiers and military staff stood up and saluted me at the same time. Salute the crowd. I was worried about what the future would bring. And we wait. Hey, I got a collectible. A gun. Berg's Navy terrorizing swordish. Despite our numerous attempts to assert control over the area, we could not contend with their superior submarine fleet. Hundreds of swordish trade ships bearing war supplies have consequently been sunk. Well, you know what? If it was me, I would bring them in through this port. It would take longer. Like, bring them in right here. And then railway them in. Or railway them in through our ally. Broke out as Rumburgian soldiers advanced on the defensive positions in SUZERAIN. We've lost 87 soldiers, 2 tanks, 14 warplanes. Has been thwarted, but the assaults are expected to continue. Our generals expressed their deepest gratitude for our excellent administrative work on the home front. Our artillery units are continuously shelling the enemy. Okay. Nope, that's not what I wanted. We stopped the continuous shelling of Narbal by Rumburgian artillery yesterday night. Our artillery brigades have targeted their locations and destroyed their heavy weaponry in counter-artillery strikes. Break through and create a pocket to trap enemy tanks. Battle of Astord. The city was empty. Its citizens having been evacuated days earlier. We pulled the old Peter against Napoleon. Winning what was left, General Lancia sounded the signal for an all-out assault. The first wave clashed with their southern flank. Our pincer attack started to take shape as the eastern and western armies began to enclose the enemy. Intensive fighting opened, both in the sky and on the ground throughout the night. The conclusion. In the eastern front, routed in that crucial moment, Rumburg's commander made a decision that changed the tide of the battle. He ordered all divisions to withdraw to the central area of the city. At 11, as our troops pushed into the vicinity from all sides, the Rumburg general ordered all his men to do a frontal assault in the east breakout. We were caught off guard, and by the time the other armies got to the eastern front, the fighting turned into a melee. They managed to break our eastern... Damn it. And so with their rear free of soldiers, they turned around and commenced a full assault on our remaining armies. Fuck. We're fucked. Hospitals and schools bombed. We're fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked. We lost. We're dead. We're so dead. They're using some kind of gas. Oh, shit! Rumburg brought gas weapons. We got gassed, bro. Oh, shit. I can't go back. I would have to go back like 2 hours. Just while we barricade the place, please tell my wife I love her. Turned the radio off and swallowed hard. Nobody knew I wasn't at the palace, except for Yosef. As it sprung into action the moment Rumberg began strafing whole sword, smuggling me out of the palace into his remote bunker. Now he was monitoring communication in the adjoining room. The enemy is preparing to breach the palace. It's only a matter of time before they realize you're not here. I bought it. Listen, I increased the quality of my military. Apparently, we didn't think to buy gas masks. How long until they find us? Depends. If your ex-secretary handed Rumberg the palace schematics, they might know about the tunnel. The room is built to withstand nuclear attacks. We should be safe here for the moment. The diversion at the palace should buy us some time. We have lost contact with the squadrons protecting our outer perimeter. Your guess is as good as my own. Yosef came out of the communication room and pulled me aside. Sir, the palace is about to fall, and one of Rumberg combatants was overheard saying he'd located the tunnel entrance. I order you to get out of here immediately. Woods above us, the only way to get out is through the palace or not at all, and if I were you, I would start saying my prayers, sir. Look around, get comfortable, because this room will be our grave. They only want me. I'm going to the palace. I will not let anyone else die for me. I always wanted to go out with a bang anyway. Punched the code into the panel on the door and it slid open. As we left the bunker, it closed behind us with a final sounding thud. The small electric vehicle Yosef had used to get me here from the palace was still outside. We got in and drove down the dark passageway for several minutes until we reached the secret entrance to the Situation Room. We disembarked and cautiously approached the door. Voices could be heard. Yosef shouldered his machine gun. He dispatched a small group of soldiers. Two of us cautiously crept through the room, then up through the palace's winding halls, staircases, avoiding footsteps. When we heard them, eventually we finally reached my office. Everything the same as I had left it. Pour my glass of maroon 30-year-old. The taste was exquisite. Raised my glass and finished it all. Put my hands over the leather armrest. I had always felt comfortable sitting here. My mind went back to the conversations I'd had in the chair. Which of them had led me to this miserable end? All of them. All of my choices led me here. Bombs went up. Saw the bodies of people. Civilians. Swordland. The door to my office flew open. It was Yosef. His shoulder was bleeding. They are here. They are inside the palace. They are coming for you. Don't forget about that handgun I gave you, of course. It's up to you how you want to use it. Mr. President, before I go. Sorry. I'm sorry for failing the country. Yeah, well, they used gas weapons. You're right, it's entirely your fault. They saw several grenades hanging from them. Out with a bang, right? Yosef turned to me. No matter what, it was an honor serving you, sir. Salute him. As Morgana, Vector sis da. He heard the metallic sounds of pins being removed from the grenades. Boom! His uniform stormed him. He turned his rifle on me. Point the gun towards the soldier. Nah. If I was losing, I was losing. Fairly asked to die for his country. 2 more men burst in and started yelling at you to lower your weapon in broken swordish. One. Two. I have 2 for 1, 1 for 2. No, I have 1. Oh, you said 1 for 1 other. I agree. I will put my gun down. Pushed you and hit you with the butts. I blacked out. By the time you came to yourself, you were in a Roomberg prison cell. Hours turned into days, turned into weeks. Guards and soldiers tormented me from dusk until dawn. You asked about your family, but none of your questions were answered. One day, you were woken with a splash of icy water. The warden told you that the queen would pay you a visit. You prepared a makeshift knife and hid it well. She entered the cell. Do I try to kill the queen? Or do I beg for mercy? I got 2 for kill. I have 2 for kill. I have 1 for beg. I'm guessing that's what pacifism is. Don't listen to your mods. Go. Immediate execution. I went electric chair, and so Anton Rain was no more. Ah, dead. Fewer maternal and infant deaths were recorded. 99 police officers, militants were killed in firefights. Legal cases were delayed. 81,000 companies declared bankruptcy. End. I can't. Nope. That's it. Game's over. I'm dead. Dun 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 dun. The credits for this game can't be that long, right? Turn it into it. I have to work tomorrow, Strat. I'm already late as hell for bed, and work is gonna suck ass. Am I gonna do Rizia? I'm thinking about doing Rizia. I'm thinking about doing Rizia. I have to work, guys. I have to work. I have to go to work.
I'm already late for bed. I have to replay this shit? Okay. If only I had a 4-day weekend. But no, I'm a loser. I only have a 3-day weekend. I'm already late for bed. I'm like 2 hours late for bed. Romastora, King of Rizia. Okay. So, I'm hearing that you guys like this game. So, I will definitely keep it in a rotation. But, as I said, waking up is already going to suck. So, that does do it for me tonight, guys. If you are watching, thank you very much for watching. Please consider comment, a like, or a subscribe, and I will see you next time. Have a great night. Sleep tight. Peace out. Well, you also weren't here for my terrible Russian accent and how I made the Queen sound. And my absolutely awful decision making.